well as you play the whole thing on B flat horn. For example, the coda of the Strauss number one. When you play this on the F horn all the time, the G and the F sharp, you get mad, and it makes no sense. You know, it makes no sense absolutely. It's only to make more mistakes. The same thing is in Strauss number one. I must take a look. I have some parts here. Oh yeah, when you play, for example, the part here. I play C F A all open. Then go on. All open, which makes it much more easy as that you have to think, oh, I have to put the A with one and two, and you're a little bit late or a little bit early, and it makes a little bit trouble, you know, it's not necessary. There's another thing also in Mozart too, and also in Strauss too. I want to show you these only as an example, you know, because there are many other things, but you have to think it yourself. What is a better thing to do with my fingers to have a better valve position, which makes it more easy? For example, the end of the introduction of the concerto number 2 from Mozart, when you play. Or whatever you want, the lip trill or not. But for me, it's because of the last 16s. First in my career, I played the first with ya ta 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 ti ta ta ta. Then I started to play ya ta 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 ti ta ta ta. But the last years, I said, why do I play the first also with one and two? I play everything open. Why not? And I slur the first one. This makes it much more easy to do. You have only to control and to take care of your lips and not of these two fingers. When you think you are very out of tune, you should use one and two, but I don't think that will be the case. Last thing, on the concerto number 2 of Strauss, there are also some parts which can play easier. First of all, there's this one where you play. To play the low F with 1 and 2, so that the slur is more easy. Jan, you can stay on 1, 2 and 3. Jan, la, di, dam. 2 and 3, I mean, of course. Ding, la, di, dam. And then for the slur, you open it. Makes it much more easy. Next part is when you come from the high B flat. To play this passage, the 16th, with the G, this first valve, and the A open. When you play with the A with 1 and 2, it wants to do to crack the A because it wants to go down, and you don't have to do anything with your embouchure. Only the fingers will go automatically, and therefore it's important because you come from the high B flat. It makes your embouchure a little bit stressed, you know. be a little bit fast, and then you have to be very locker, very flexible. And this is important to do this. This is a trick, it's not a trick. It's a clever decision. It's from Herman Baumann. This is, and it helped me a lot. Always when I came to the passage, I say, oh my God, oh, that's fine. I feel very, very relaxed, you know. Yes, it's 5 minutes past half 4. Do you have any questions?
Yes, can I ask you? I have. I want to ask you about. You say that it's not good idea to combine B and F horn, but in second movement of some concert, can I do it or no? Or
Yes,
no,
you
it's
can
not
do it.
good idea.
Yeah, you did not spend so much money for a double horn where you cannot use it, you know. But
Mhm.
but use it in the right way. Use it for sound. Use it for intonation. But when you play really technical passages, so what I told you in Strauss, the Coda, for example, or other things, it makes no sense to play the F sharp in the middle register with on the F horn and the G on the F horn. It makes it much more difficult, and it makes it less quick. It's not so direct, you know, and
Mhm.
therefore it will not help a lot. But in other passages, it should help you a lot with intonation or to have a bigger sound in a Brahms symphony, Bruckner, whatever, especially in the middle register. Of course, use the F horn, especially also for warming up. It's important. Yeah.
Okay,
Other
thank
questions?
you.
No questions?
For the, for if you're going for like the high A, if you had to hold it, would could you do the third? I've tried the third.
What do don't understand your question?
Sorry. If say for the high A, if you're going for the high A, and you said do it on open, and but it sounds flat, and if
Flat?
you're to hold it, which could you use the third valve instead of the second and
No,
first?
no.
No.
The skirt valve is not a big help because the horn is also that long, still a
Yeah.
little bit longer than 1 and 2, and it's still lower than probably than the A open. So the best thing is I only do these things when it's a quick phrase, you know,
Yeah.
and then it will help a lot in the Mozart concertos, whatever. But when you play, for example, the second movement of Strauss 1, something like that, then you should use the 1 and 2. You have time enough to do it well, and that intonation is better. But very short and fast things, you can struggle much more easy when you play with 1 and 2.
Okay.
Try it out for yourself. You try it out. You play 3 times like this, 3 times like that, and then you figure out what is the things which is more easy for you, and still sounds very good, of course, and in good tune.
All right. Thanks very much.
More questions?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Concerning the second concert by Richard Strauss, and there was the point in which there is such an arpeggio. Yeah. So I personally find it very I find myself very comfortable by changing the position. For example, starting with the B flat with no position, then first, second, third, and then once again zero. Well, the question is, how is it possible that someone like me, or just me, I don't know if it's just me, sometimes feel more comfortable by changing the position instead of maintaining the same one?
Yes, that's you know, every individual thing is individual. Every person experiences something different than another person. That's very normal. But the reason I do it there, I know what you mean, because changing the valves can also help to make better slurs. But in this case, it's you should the normal thing is that you play ta di dim da da di di and then open pa hi, and to be open at the second part of a trio is hard. Ja di di do ha dim. So when you stay there, di do di do, you have only to concentrate on the slur to the high F, and that makes the slur from the F to the high F a little bit easier, because of the first one is with 2 and 3, like we saw already at the beginning of Strauss 1.
Okay, thank you very much.
But do what is more convenient for you, but try it out. That's the whole thing. Try it out, the solutions I offer you, and try it out, and then you do the things what is the best for you personally. Yeah?
There, Ab.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ab. We are in hurry, and we are very sorry, because all the things that you say are very, very good, and very good tips, and extremely good playing, and wiseness and knowledge. Thank you very much for your masterclass. We need to keep going. There is somebody waiting in the States for the next masterclass. Ciao.
Vielen lieben Dank. Tschüss.
Have a good week and see you soon. Bye.
Ciao.
Okay,
Tschüssi.
tschüss. Ciao. Bye.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. Everybody. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Bye.
So we are now ready to welcome.
Okay, for our next masterclass with Miss Joanne Ross-Hertzey.
Hello, good afternoon,
Joanne.
Joanna. Okay, she's in the room. We need to change rooms from one link to the other link, and so Joanna, she's the president of the Women's Brass Conference. Joanne. Okay, and she's playing both tuba and euphonium, and we do hope that many students will be there taking care of her master. Ioane, are you there? Se no mandiamo uno sponsor, ragazzi. Okay. We have, that we need to change every single time from room to room, so it takes a minute about. There she's getting she's getting connected. Okay, we are ready. Johannes, you're very welcome to the Italian Brass Week to 2020. How are you?
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you all? It's evening for you, though. Afternoon.
Yeah.
Here's afternoon, yes.
Yeah, and for you is morning, right? From where you are transmitting? From where you are? Which part of the United States?
So you are being welcomed this morning to my front room of my home in the American South. The front room is usually reserved for very special company. So you are my very special company today, and I am in North Carolina.
North Carolina, nice.
Yes, it's beautiful here, very warm, but we are having our summer break from the university, so this is a great time for us to be together.
Yes, definitely the best. Actually, the first audition I won when I was in the Northwestern University was for a festival in North Carolina. Was my real first audition that I won when I was in Northwestern. So I'm very happy that you live in there. I've never been there.
It's beautiful. Come back.
Welcome. You're very welcome to the Italian Brass Week, and you can start your master class. Thank you very much to be with us.
Thank you so much for having me this morning. Welcome, everyone. It's morning in North Carolina, so I still have my coffee with me. So if you are having your coffee too, that's wonderful. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'll play a little bit for us this morning. We're also anxious to play for each other, I think, because of us being more home. So it's special to me to be invited to come and play for you. So my tuba is waiting, and I warmed up. Though, first a little bit about myself. I am from a very small town in the north of the U.S., Vermont. Vermont is the state. I am from a town with 280 people, very tiny town. And my mother still lives in this beautiful place, very far from here in North Carolina. So I grew up in a small town and was the only tuba player in my school the whole time I was there. But then I transferred to Arizona State University to study with Dan Parentoni. And it was Dan Parentoni that really opened my eyes to what the tuba could be and what we all could be as musicians. And I studied at Arizona State, and then I joined the United States Coast Guard Band. So my background began as a military musician player, and I performed for 7 years with the United States Coast Guard Band, marching parades and playing in all different ceremonies and concerts. After that, I went back and got more schooling. I did a master's degree in Boston with Chester Schmitz, the tubist in the Boston Symphony for a long while, and then a doctorate at the Hart School of Music with Steve Perry, who is still the tubist in the Hartford Symphony, a wonderful player and wonderful man. So I was lucky that I had all 3 amazing teachers that supported me, even though I was a girl and I didn't necessarily look like what people think tuba players should look like. So all of my career has been because they were willing to be so kind and treat me with respect and tell me when I wasn't right. And that's what a teacher does. Right? So we're going to talk a little bit about today how we can participate in the movement that we have to be more inclusive, to bring more in to what our brass world is. And even today, our talk today, that's part of what we can do. We can speak about it and ask about new music and find new things. So first, I'd like to start by playing for you the first thing we can do to help the world feel more welcome in brass is we can play the works of all people. We tend to view things as a hierarchy in music, a hierarchy like the chain of command in the military, where some people are at the bottom and there are some people at the top. And those people at the top for tuba are Vaughan Williams and Hindemith and our composers that we revere for tuba. And sometimes we feel that those of us at the bottom don't have a right to compete with those at the top, because if you view it as a line upwards, that's not really very helpful. Now, some things have to work that way, like the US military. I was in the military. You do need a chain of command. We need decision makers. We need somebody to take a stand for the decision. But in music performance, we don't need a hierarchy when it comes to performing music. So if instead of looking at it at a hierarchy level, where Vaughan Williams is the best and everyone else is not, it's my idea to perhaps look at it from a circle. So when I went to school, my teacher put me facing Hindemith and Vaughan Williams. And those musics are wonderful and we don't need to get rid of them. We could still play them, they're beautiful. But if I turned a little to one side of the circle, I would see other music that maybe isn't as common. But instead of using the idea of the hierarchy, where we don't think of things as better or worse, we think of them as all equally valid because they're all surrounding us like the sky surrounds us. So if I turn my tuba playing to the side, I see people who aren't in that hierarchy. I see composers of color. I see new music. I see music for tuba that started out for something else like cello. I see music by women. I see the other music that we're leaving out in that hierarchy. And it doesn't mean that we don't play Vaughan Williams. My favorite compositions, I think, of all to play are the Bach cello suites. Many of us learn them. They're considered standard rep on the tuba and the euphonium on probably all of us. And I love them and I will always play them and I will always make my students learn them forever. But it doesn't mean that I can't then turn my students to face another area as well as studying Bach. So it's not that we're getting rid of any of our composers. Bach is a genius, we all agree, but we are not getting rid of that, we're turning. So I'd like to start by playing just a short introduction of a piece for you that's an example of when we can make that turn. A piece that started out its life for violin in Paris in 1774 by a composer of African descent. So this is a work for tuba now because I made it so. It's for violin. And if there's a violinist with us, I'm so sorry, but it's now very fine as a tuba example. And this work I just arranged from the score for violin that I found online and took the initiative myself. And I think it works beautifully on the tuba. I wanted to show you, so the music doesn't exist, so you make it, right? So I made some music, here it is. I'm going to play just the melody for you. This is the man. His name is the Chevalier de Saint-Georges, and he was a composer who's very special in the Mozart era, and his music being for violin, that was his instrument. His mother was a slave in the Caribbean, and his father was the white European French plantation owner. And born out of that, his father took him and his mother to Paris and educated him, and he learned the violin and became the director of one of the main orchestras in Paris, and was also a champion at fencing. So he was a go-getter, and he performed all over Paris. He did not live very long, and so we don't have a whole lifetime of works like Mozart. He was a bit of a partier. So though in 1774, he wrote a lovely violin concerto, from which I have this Andante. It's in D minor, and this, what I'm going to play just the first minute, it introduces the Andante in D minor, slow, melodic, very beautiful. Then there's a faster section in D major, and then it returns to D minor at the end. So I think this works really fun as a duo or quartet, but I'm just going to play you the melody line in the beginning. I'm going to turn on my, I've got all kinds of knobs here. So that was the Chevalier de Saint George, and that is an example of a way that we can bring in composers of color to the tuba recital. It's absolutely lovely. The major part is also very lovely. It goes very joyfully through D major and then transfers back. That's just one example of how we can bring more composers from our circle. So the idea, again, we are fine with a hierarchy for some things. It has to be that way. I teach full-time. I'm a professor of tuba euphonium at a university, the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. And that is something that needs a hierarchy. We need a university president, right? We need to have people who are in charge and make decisions. But in music performance, we don't. So we have this full circle, and our assumption is that all art making is equally valid. All of us, we might have bad pieces and good pieces, but all of the art making is equally valid as a choice. Sometimes when we play those Bach cello suites, the cellists get a little upset. But so again, music for violin. The other thing you can do is you can commission new works, right? I'm sure people are talking about that a lot this week. Finding composers who are already doing this work and then just adding on and playing those pieces as well. I just want to open up my chat so I can see you. Okay, thank you. So the next thing I want to talk about from the standpoint of our first thing, we're going to talk about 5 ways today that we can help the world looked more like a circle instead of a hierarchy. The first way is as performers, as conductors, as directors, to bring the existing music into our recitals. And again, not to bash the Bachs and the Beethovens, include them too, but just widen so it seems like a circle. And I just took you and I turned you a little bit into the classical era, the Mozart era, and we heard some beautiful music that I really love playing. So that was the Chevalier de Saint-Georges, and he is a classical composer that was arranged for tuba. So we're going to put him aside, and we're going to go now to something originally for tuba that is my second point. So if our first thing we can do is we can perform works that exist and share the wealth of beautiful works for brass, another thing we can do is we can make art ourselves. We can make writing, we can make theater and paintings and sculptures, and we can honor the lives of the people in the world that create brass playing with us. We can also view the brass players as a hierarchy, with some at the top and the rest of us not there. And so we don't want to do that either. We want to play all the music, but we also want to welcome all the people. And there isn't anybody that gets to say who's at the top or who's at the bottom, because having a career in brass is about the joy of music making, and that's all it's about, right? So there are some people who travel more or make more CDs or make more money, but I think all of us listening would agree that that's not what it's about, right? It's about the idea that you have a welcoming, safe space where everybody can come in and play and join. So if you're going to create art or make art yourself, you can help this welcoming feeling. And also, it comes into my next point down the line of the 5. One of those 5 is to be a teacher and teach about these people also, and how to welcome, and when I say these people especially, I'm thinking of our historic people, people who are composers that are of color or women who have been left out of the normal hierarchy. So the next thing I want to do is talk about my favorite lady, Hildegard von Bingen. Some of you are aware that my work, I often include music by Hildegard von Bingen. Hildegard was a German nun in the Middle Ages. She lived from 1098 to 1179, so she was early. And she was an upper-class noble woman that as a child was given to the church by her parents, and she was raised and educated there, but it fit her well, and she stayed there her whole life. So she's a really cool example of a well-educated woman in the Middle Ages that wrote a lot. And since she was abbess of her convent, she was also the music director. And she wrote music for the nuns to sing. And all of that music, they're so great at preserving things. We have her books that she wrote, and we have all of the, much of the music that she wrote, over 80 songs that she composed for the nuns to sing in this area of Germany, where she was at first is called Diese Bodenberg, and then she moved to a place called Rupertsberg, and this is south of Cologne in Germany. And so I wanted to play a piece that I composed for you that's for tuba and electronics that has to do with Hildegard von Bingen. I wanted to show you, I just finished a super cool book about her. There we go. This is a biography of her life. I got it on Amazon, it's wonderful. And even though we have a short time today, we only have 30 minutes. So if I speak of something and you want more information, please send me an email later or contact me on one of the social medias so that I can send you if you want to know who was that book and where can I get it. I'm happy to share that with you. So I just read a biography of Hildegard von Bingen, and she's our next topic. I want to play the piece for you that I wrote to do that creating art thing to honor her life. I'm going to show you. The score has a neat story to it, so I'll spend a moment telling you about it, and then in a minute I'll share the screen so that we can see the picture as I play. So what I did was I wrote the piece as what we call in English a graphic score. It has notes, the music melodies I wrote, this is my composition, I wrote them on a map, and you'll see this better when I get ready to show the screen, on a map of the buildings of the convent. And so what I did was I was able to find, again, she lived in the year 1000, right? This is a long time ago. The convent is no longer there, but they know what the outline was of the buildings. And so I had an artist she did a wonderful job, and she created a map for me with all the locations. Where was the chapel? Where were the kitchens? There was a main gate. And so what the musician does is they can play a melody at any location in the convent. So I'm going to do that now for you. It's a 5.5-minute work. It has a small, very quiet electronic backing that I composed to go along with it. And this piece is my way of teaching about Hildegard von Bingen. You'll see as you watch, you might think to yourself, where is she now? There's music, for example, in the kitchen. what would it sound like in the kitchen? And so I tried to think of her nuns bustling around the convent and what that would be like. And so when my students play this, or when you might play this, it really brings home her as a person. And I wanted really to make her real to us. All of my students at the university see Hildegard von Bingen's face in their music textbook, but I don't know that they really sink that in, or they certainly don't think that it's available for brass playing. It was not originally brass playing. There were brass instruments then, but it was all sung. It was probably sung in monophonic too, and maybe with some drone. So I've added in some drone. So what I'd like to do next, let's see, I'm gonna go back to playing. I'm ready to share my screen, if I may. And what we're going to do is see the photo, and then you'll hear the electronics. And the electronics that I wrote, it's very faint, so it's just supposed to go under, and you'll hear just a little bit here and there. The drone is me playing a pedal D on the C tuba, the large tuba, and through the magic of the electronics, I've stretched the pedal D to last for 5.5 minutes. So it's a very awesome pedal D. And that I hear in my room here with me also, so that I can play on top of it. And so this piece, I thought it would be appropriate too, since it's Sunday morning for me, that I could have the sort of spiritual, meditative melodies like Hildegard von Bingen's music. And so when we listen to her music, we really feel that meditative, religious reverence that she felt for the Lord, and how she wanted to showcase that through her music. So I'm going to share my screen. Uh-oh, may I host? May I share my screen? They may not. We talked about this earlier, but I know that's sometimes tricky. So what I'm going to do is show you again, so I can play it on my screen without you seeing it. Again, I just want to kind of give you a better, because my hope was that I would share the screen and you could see the map as I played, and then you could see the places that I went. So let's just take another look at it then. So there's a main gate, and the main gate down at the bottom is where I start. The piece is called 1112 because Hildegard von Bingen arrived at the convent in 1112 to begin her career there. And so I used the motive of 1112 from the numbers 1112. And that was how I got the melodic material, which is all in D minor. And as I play through, you might be able to listen and think, is she in the courtyard? Is she in the chapel? So let me just go ahead and play from my own speaker. And you'll hear the music again. The electronics are very faint. They're just designed to go underneath. So I'm going to play, my music ready, my own composition to honor Hildegard von Bingen, 1112. Thank you, everyone. So that was my way to do my second option in my 5 things, right? So if we perform the works and we commission the works and we make sure there's no hierarchy about the works, we can also create art that tells these stories. Telling this story is so important, I think. And so that music from Hildegard von Bingen, it makes a lot more sense if you understand her life, which was what I got so much out of that biography. She was a woman who was often ill. We guessed that maybe today she suffered from migraines, and so she had visions and felt that God was speaking to her, and we know that she was ill a lot of her life. And the fact that she was able to create something 900 years ago that we're still playing and talking about, I think is so magical. So I'd like us to think about something that we can create that would also tell these stories. Another way to do the idea of inclusion is to do what we're doing today. And again, we're almost done. 30 minutes is a short time, but the number 3 way is to create spaces where we can have these discussions. As you might know, I'm president of a group called the International Women's Brass Conference. And that is a space that was created. It was a group that was created by our founder, Susan Slaughter, in 1993. Susan played principal trumpet in the St. Louis Symphony for her whole career. And back in the day, before the internet and before we could Zoom and share with each other, she knew that there needed to be networking opportunities and there needed to be ways to work with each other in those pre-internet days. We had the International Tuba Association and we had our brass organizations, but a lot of the women didn't feel welcome there in the earlier days. And so she founded an organization. It's not only for women. She wants men to be there too. In fact, as tuba players, I was very excited that both Jean Pokorny and Arnold Jacobs were at the original 1993 International Women's Brass Conference, which was in St. Louis. And so that organization has a board of directors and a membership. There's a website, and we hold conferences every 2 years. And that is a group that I'm proud to represent because it's doing that number 3 thing of my list. It's creating spaces. If you control a space like this, then I thank you so much for this space. If you have a podcast, if you're somebody that is a teacher and you have a classroom, you have the ability to write. I wanted to also show you another example of creating space. And this is a photocopy because my original is at the university. This is the Tuba Journal with Connie Weldon on the cover of it. Connie Weldon is one of our beautiful American role models for us women in brass. And the Tuba Journal put her on the cover, and this is an example of creating space, right? Creating space for a woman to show she had an amazing career. And you can go back and find, if you're a member of the Tuba Journal, that's online. So creating space is number 3, and then teaching is number 4, which goes a little bit along with that. You can perform these works, but a lot of us are educators, and we want our students to understand this circle rather than the hierarchy, and create materials and things as teachers that we can do. I wanted to show you a quick example of creating that. This is a handout that I made. We have all been home, and some of us have had a lot of time on our hands, and one of the ways I used them was I made, let's see, 20 pages of handouts, and this is an example of one. They're on my website, joannahersey.com, publications, and they're available for download. You can see them. There's one for every brass instrument, and I took a timeline of some of the important people in our history, so that's a way to share as well. And then the last way, as our way to close out this morning, the last way that we can work on inclusion is to have that difficult conversation sometimes and to embrace the difficulty of talking about this because it is a little uncomfortable and it does sometimes feel hard to know what to say or to have the words. But I want to just encourage you to just say what you feel and create brass as a way that all feel welcome. And again, I thank you so much for letting me come and speak to you today. If you have questions, you may certainly send me an email.
Unluckily,
anyway.
Unluckily, we can't really use the time for the questions. I'm very sorry, but we had some problem before, so we need to keep going because Eric Villiger is waiting us in München. So,
no worries.
Joanne, I love your masterclass. Thank you very much to take part.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
And thank you to the students
to
take part.
Bye-bye.
Ciao. Ciao, ciao,
Bye,
ciao.
bye.
Ciao, ciao. So now we have a contribute, and we keep going with Eric de Villiger in 2 minutes. Okay, we are here to present the
next masterclass from Maestro Erik Terwilliger, who is transmitting from Munich. Erik?
Hello, Erik.
Hello, Erik.
Okay.
He's connecting. Okay.
He's connecting. So, I know Erik since many years. Okay. we have some special noise, which is not music, but sometimes, you know, in the cloud there is some birds singing. And Erik, are you there? Okay, so Erik is trying to connecting, so no problem. The first time I heard Erik playing was with Celibidache, and he was principal horn in the Bayerische Rundfunk, in the Munich Philharmonic with Celibidache, and later on he moved recently, 10, 15 years ago, to the Bayerische Rundfunk. But this was a wonderful concert, Tchaikovsky 5, and he was playing with the Celibidache for a long time. And since that moment, I heard Erik warming up, and it was amazing, amazing. And I said, how he can go fast and so fluid. So I fall in love with Erik playing, and of course the music making. And Erik is originally from America, and he had been studying in Indiana University. And then very, very young, him and Stefan Jezierski, they both moved to Germany, one in Berlin and the other one in Munich. And so this what it means, that you know, there are two Americans, and Erik is from the United States, they study in the States, but they adjust to a new world. And now they're making a very good school also there. Erik was professor in Munich in the Richard Strauss Conservatory. And now they're trying to connect it. They are at the telephone with Erik. And what else? Erik has been invited in the festival live many times. And always was very, very funny, because you know, every year I produce a show, and every time Erik always told me, oh, Luca, are you really sure you want to make this? And after the show, he came to me and said, Luca, it was wonderful. So I'm talking about the boats on the Arno River. I'm talking about the chariots, carrozze, how you say it in English, carrozze, with the horses.
The carrots.
The charioteers, you know, with the horses, and we were playing Rossini on top. And last year we produced for Leonardo da Vinci musicians, many musicians, 50 musicians on top of the Cinquecento Fiat, the old cars. So Erik and many others would like not really convinced to play this concert, because it was made for klaxon, pa, 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 and the orchestra was pa, 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 pa. So after the show, Erik came and said, thank you very much. This was one of the best concerts I ever played in my life. So this is Erik. Erik is a gastronomo. He loves food. He loves beer and wine. I remember one time he arrived in the middle of the night with Andy Ballio with a beautiful Audi TT, and we were in Montalcino, so we was drinking lots of good wine. And in the middle of the night, I think him or Andy Ballio lost the mouthpiece. So in the middle of the garden with a TT, just trying to find the mouthpiece, and which is very important for all of us. So I have many stories, many with Erik, and he's a good friend, and I love him. And they just informed me that he's about to connect. Sorry for this, but this is a live show, and the connections and the things can happen. Maybe they can give another contribute from the Regia. We have once again Zubi Mehta talking to you, and all our mission Wings to Talent. So please donate, because we are asking you to support the festival and the young people. ready for the contribute? Okay, they are almost ready. Vai, vai, quello lì.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Here we are. We have some problems, Eric, to enter to the room, to the Zoom room, and we need to wait a little bit. So, in the meantime, I don't want to make the students waiting. So there is people on YouTube already watching the show, and we will wait a little bit more for Eric. So I want to just explain a few things about playing any instrument, any brass or winds instrument. When you of course, when you play a brass instrument, you need to have for sure different kind of blowing comparison with oboe and flute. But I would like just to show that if you breathe correctly, you can make a very long phrase. Okay, so I just stand up a little bit. So you see, I only breath one time. Of course, you can do more than one breath, but it's just to demonstrate that if you have an efficient kind of breathing. Sorry, I was playing with the water. So I hope Eric will be able to enter in the room and just make his. Otherwise, I keep going with some suggestions. Okay? No. No internet. Okay, it's not our problem. We have enough internet, enough equipment and technology. So I'm going to explain a few things about how to express, and the expression in the music. I was telling this morning in my master class but also many others was talking about air. And you know, if you play pianissimo, you need to breathe pianissimo. If you play forte, you need to play fortissimo. I mean, forte or fortissimo. So the Abkoster was telling you, of course, you need to have a timing, and this is completely correct. But also he was telling that you need to think about the music. Otherwise, if you don't think about the music, it's going to be very, very vertical kind of playing. So I play several times Brucken 4. You know, in our career, we play many, many times all the symphonies and opera. But, you know, during the years, I just learned that the best kind of breathing is in the musical way. So you have to consider the color, you have to consider the harmony, you have to consider who you are playing with. So if you are playing with winds, you're going to have a smooth sound. If you're playing with, for instance, with brass, maybe you can play a little more. If you're playing with strings, you need to adjust and play, of course, as a string player. So I normally warm up with Johann Sebastian Bach. This is one of my first things. Okay, first is lines and songs, and then during the morning I normally play some Johann Sebastian Bach suites, and this is helping me also to have a balance on my playing, and also, of course, it's a beautiful music. So I just play a little Bach for you. Just waiting, Eric. Okay, I'm reading on the TV that Eric won't do the class. He has no internet. This is a problem. For the internet show is a problem. So I keep you know, I'm using this time to explain a few other things about brass playing. So we are only in YouTube, right? Adesso a questo momento siamo solo su YouTube?
No, siamo anche
su Zoom.
Okay,
sorry. I apologize, but Eric just wrote that he's got some problems with the internet and is not able to join this masterclass. So we need to skip. And I said, Tanya, maybe you can take some fresh air, and I keep.
Okay,
I
keep
keep
going,
because it's very
class.
hot in the studio.
This is perfect.
So there are students. I explained you a few things that might be very, very helpful for playing in the orchestra. So, when you need to study a concert, a new orchestral excerpts, you need to, of course, focus on what you want to have and where you're going to play, and for sure you need to have an idea before starting the project. Okay. For instance, if you want to play something like Mahler Symphony, for instance, you need to be able to have an idea which style you can play. So I try now to play a little Mahler, and so you have an idea of which orchestra might imitate. So I start with the first contribute of Mahler, Mahler 6 solo. Sorry for the water, but you are used to it. And this was a little fast, so as a young conductor. But when you will play with Zui Mehta or Celibidache, they definitely will play much more slow. So you need to take a little air, early air, and just blow a little bit longer. So I play like Mehta does, long phrases. Okay, so you need more air, of course, to play long. And now I try to play a little bit more bright sound. What I'm going to do is open my hand and vocalize a little bit more ah. You see, the sound is changing. I don't know if it's, you can hear the difference. So every single piece that you will approach, and of course your style, your taste of playing, you need to know exactly what you want. So you hear, there is many possibility of hearing concerts now. Of course, you know, in internet you can hear easily many contributes, and so you just make a list of your idols like Clevenger, like Stefan Dorr, like Eric, like Ab, many. You know, all these people has been playing several years different, and you need to choose one, or maybe two, but one because you like that one. So now I play a little bit more like Chicago, same solo, but a little bit like Chicago. See, try to imitate Dale Clevenger, which is very unique kind of playing, and he was my teacher, and so on. So for every single music, you have, of course, I was telling this morning, I have this for playing symphonic. I have many different instruments to play different kind of music, of course, because with one instrument it's pretty difficult to have the right style. But this is my opinion. I don't force anyone to have 5 instruments. So if you have any questions, it would be nice if you can ask me some questions. There is anybody that would like to ask some questions?
No questions.
No questions.
I would like to ask something.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
I can hear you. Hello.
How can we work more on our airflow? We were talking with Al about making mistakes. I noticed that when I make more mistakes, it's because I lose the airflow. I'm not in control of it, especially after long passages. How can we be more control and aware of that and lead the sound better?
Okay, the best is to train yourself note by note. I will send every one of these masterclasses my plan of study, okay, study plan. But I explain you. The mind controls the intonation. Okay, your ears is related with your mind. Your mind controls your muscles. Your mind controls your flow, I mean your air, your blowing. So what you do is you train yourself to breathe and kind of singing, and then you play the first two. Okay, it was a little sharp, so I need to put it down. Okay, this trains yourself to have the lips and the mouthpiece and not the instrument. I rarely talk about the instruments and rarely I talk about the muscles. But not to miss the notes, you need to understand that it's the brain, the pitch, the intonation that will probably help you to not to miss the note. Why? We miss notes for many different reasons. For ear problem, wrong breathing, but also not to have exactly the right pitch in the mind. Okay, so when you start high, or maybe even in the middle register, you need to have exactly the intonation right. Mo. So I suggest my students always to sing exactly what they want is coming out. So where are you from?
I'm from Lebanon.
Lebanon, okay. So definitely you have a different kind of, different kind of pronunciation of English, and your language is already very different from Italian or French. But when
actually, our language where I grew up is French.
It's French. So Ashanti, yeah. When I think about French playing, I cannot. I always make a difference. If I play French music, I need to think about the language. Je m'appelle Lucas. All this kind of French, but I'm not able to speak very well French. But I know the poetries and the movies that I watch, and so they have something special in the language. It's like Spanish, it's like Italian and German. When they speak in German, it's completely different in Japanese and Chinese. So every single language affects very much the playing. But this is not your question. Your question is, how can make myself more secure on playing long phrases, right? I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay, so I said, let's put it in this way. Start one octave lower, okay, and play slowly to understand the fluidity of the phrase, and then day by day step up, half tone up, and this will make you understand how long is the phrase, how much air you need for the entire phrase. Maybe you have to breathe in the middle, and so on. And this will give you also the ability to understand the muscles, because you're going gradually up. The big mistake that students does is they start immediately from the real music, and so they just miss notes, they get depressed. Oh, I am not able to play high. No. Just Daniel Gingrich from Chicago Symphony, I was taking a few lessons when I was there, and he said, Luca, to solve problems you need to slow down, 60 metronome, playing low and going up, and your brain and your strength will be, you will be ready to play correctly without any stress, because we suffer stress, and we want to solve problems like this in a minute. No, we need to have pazienza, passion. We need to be patient, and discipline. Discipline means that you need to play correctly, even one note. So I normally would do this. Guys, scusate, mi aprite il collegamento, grazie. So I just prepare the legato. And so on. After playing 1, 2, 3, 4 times, this was the best. Why? because I was preparing myself with the first note. So, practice one note and find the sound. You need to find the right sound and the right volume to play. Second, you just make very easy legato. How to make an easy legato? Like this. We call it sirena. Okay? Or you just every day you just do this. So your muscles are very, very, they are used to it to go fast. Of course, you have to calculate no with the voice too. So try to imagine how many things you have to think when you play. You have to breathe correctly, and you have to breathe for the long phrase first. You have to think very well for the sound that you want to produce. So if you're playing dark sound, O. If you're playing bright sound, ah. You're breathing with ah. Okay? And if you want to have, for instance, if you are scared of missing in the legato, you need to practice every day this exercise, which is called Poppe Pippo, which is very easy. I mean, any flute methods or clarinet methods, you can find it. Or both, like bending, again. So you learn also to speed up the air, because most of the problem is when you go high is the air is not enough, it doesn't have the speed. So just by practicing like this, your brain records all the necessary to play correct. To play correct means that day by day, you need to make some mistake, but the day after, another mistake, not the same like the day before. Okay? Mistakes are very helpful if you understand why you are making a mistake. So you need to be very calm and try to understand. I'm 52 and still, when I have to play something complicated, there is many things there. In the 2 weeks ago, I played with Zubin Mehta Wozzeck, which is pretty complicated. So I start 15 days before watching fingering, coordination, air, intonation, who I'm playing with, because I was my first time playing Wozzeck. So kind of like, wow, it's a new piece, but it's a good challenge too, And this is teaching you to be very calm and very serious with yourself. And of course, to preparing an audition is completely different stuff. I don't know, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, it's a great time to be intelligent, to be devoted to the music, and to be calm, and not having the rush, because there is many people that they are 26, they're thinking that they are already old. No. There is people that start studying with me at 30, and now they are my colleagues in the orchestra, but before coming here, they won 5 auditions. So it's not the age. When you more you go, 26, 29, and more wise you become. Of course, you need to be very patient and have a very good teacher, good information that will solve the problems. And that's the things that I can say. But play low, okay? Play low, because it will give you also a beautiful sound. You need to play in F horn. Play every day at least half an hour, and all solos, and also the concertos. When I prepare Strauss 1, I play first with F horn, and second with the B flat, okay? So I show you a little bit the beginning. So all F horn with the first position. So you can hear this is F sound, and then I switch. More in tune. Of course, I use the third valve because it's a major third, and this is very important to know. You need to know that you are in E flat major, so you choose the position for the tonality. Don't always use 1 second or this or any other. You can use this position for Sol, Re, when it's a fifth of Do majore, C-dur. Okay, so there is many things that you can discover by, by experimenting. But also the same legato, the beginning of Mahler is, you will find it, but it's completely different. It's the same octave, but it's piano. It's a chamber music. I played Strauss 1 with Mehta a few years ago, and he said, "Luca, calmo, tranquillo," and he said, "This is chamber music. We don't have a big orchestra, so we need to find a very nice, beautiful piano for the beginning, and then we can go for it." Okay, so the beginning of Strauss, I would play like this, not like Mahler, but for Strauss. Oh, sorry. Okay, once again, sorry. And so on. Sorry, to play with all these lights and so hot here. In any case, I have contributes. I hope I was helpful for you, and we have contributes from the sponsors. Thank you very much. I hope the next masterclass we have no problems for the internet, and I'm sorry, I apologize, but sometimes happen. Maybe Eric is in vacation and had some problems. I will call him later. Ciao ragazzi, ciao ciao ciao, thank you.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
We are this close.
We're this close.
We are this close. Of wanting to making history.
This close to changing the world.
We're this close.
This close to making sure no child suffers a crippling disease
ever again.
This close.
We are this close to ending polio.
Ending polio. All we need is you.
This close.
If we donate now, we may lose this chance forever. Help Rotary make history at endpolionow.org.
Is a DM Brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM Brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I was talking with Steve Norrell that he was trying to fix some problems, and we are very sorry. This is the second problem we have today. One of was for internet, and he can get through the Zoom link. So we was trying to find a solution, but I think we need to postpone his masterclass, and we will find the way to set his new masterclass. So you will be informed by the secretary for the masterclass of Steve Norrell. Maybe there is Gabriele Maloggi online. Mi aprite eventualmente if there is Gabriele Maloggi online. C'è qualcuno che mi sta lì al computer? Okay, the girl that is taking care of the Zoom is talking with Steve Norrell. So we give a contribute of a concert, and we are very sorry. So 20 minutes left, and we give you a concert that we already gave today. But they are very, very fantastic players, and enjoy the concert. Thank you very much. The concert? The South Brass from Südtirol, amazing players.
Dear friends of the Italian Brass Week, we are here now. We are South Brass. We are a group, as you can see, consisting of 7 young musicians, and today it's a little bit challenging because normally we speak in German, but today we have to do in English, so we use our smartphones a little bit. I hope you like it. So,
we would like to welcome you to this very short concert, and thank you all for participating at this online event, and a big thanks to Luca Benucci and his team for organizing this whole Italian Brass Week. We can only imagine how difficult this is during these hard times.
Nevertheless, our first piece was the Montana March. It's an original marching piece, so it's called here in South Tyrol March, so it's called, and that was the Montana March, and it's a typical march of the böhmische mährische Blasmusik, the Egerländer Blasmusik.
And the next song we will present is music composed by this man here. It's called the South Brass Polka, as our group named SOUTHBRASS, and that's the name of the next piece. It's a polka written by Alexander. Have fun.
Enjoy.
was a vault called Du bist so gut zu mir. That means you are so good to me. And of course, all the music we play here, you can find it on Spotify and every online streaming platform, as well as on our beautiful CD, where we will talk about something later.
First view. Yes, this short concert now will be followed by a piece of the very known band AC/DC, which everyone knows, and the piece is a medley which we will play for you now.
So we will switch from a more traditional side to a more modern side. We will also change instruments and have fun with the next piece, AC/DC medley. is also our last song. It's called Lucky Life. It's also a music composed by ourselves, and it's exactly named as the title of our CD, which of course you can find online on our website www.southquast.com or on other different websites, of course. And that's the last piece of this very beautiful short concert.
Yes, it was a little bit strange for us without audience, but it works. It was very nice for us, and thank you.
Yeah, we would like to thank you all again for participating, for viewing our short concert, and also to the organizers again a big thank you for organizing the whole event.
And if you would like to get in touch with us or to contact us, we're online at Instagram, Facebook, and yeah, please contact us and write us. Thanks, and liking.
Siamo in studio? Okay, we are back in the studio, and we are very happy that we check Miss Freudis Rechtwerke. She's already waiting in the Zoom room, so there is no problem. There is no problem of our staff, but there was a problem probably in the lines or the connection with the friends abroad. So Freudis, she needs no presentation. She's one of the best teachers in the world. She has been principal horn in Oslo and soloist, and I have been used the horns that the husband Daniel Rauch was producing. So she's really in the horn fields, and of course International Horn Society and many international horn contests. So I would like to give the line to her immediately. Hello!
Oh, there she is.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Luca. I don't see you, but I hear you.
But you hear me, but you don't see me. So just a second. They check.
I hear you a little bit, but.
Ok. A little bit. Scusa, puoi alzare il volume because she doesn't hear me.
Now I hear you better.
Okay, and the video? Can you see me?
No.
Okay, just a second. Here we are.
Here we are.
Okay. I would like to introduce you, Tanya. She's presenting the festival with me.
Okay, nice to meet you, Fridays. It's a pleasure.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you. A pleasure. So we are very happy to see you here after the problems we had. And thank you for waiting online.
No problem.
No, we only want to double check. I would like to introduce you, Tanya. Same problem. Okay, and so now we can start with of course, I was telling before that you need no presentation. You are the queen of the horn, and and I miss you so much. And I hope that you will come very soon in Italy. Actually, in October you are booked in the south, right?
I know, yes.
But we need to know if the school will start again or not. But hopefully we will make it that, okay? And I hope also to be there with you so we can eat some fish together, very nice. I know a few restaurants. So please start your masterclass, and thank you very much to join us.
You're welcome. Hello, everybody. My name is Freudis. I go by my first name, and today I will speak about being your own teacher. And since I have not yet can you hear me? What was that?
Everybody should close the microphones.
Since I have not yet, somebody is talking.
Sorry. Puoi chiudere tutti I microfoni.
Okay, now it's quiet. I'll start again. I have not yet mastered the share screen function, so I have made this thing, like writing on the whiteboard. This is the name of the lecture, the speaking I will give, being your own teacher. That was the first. Second, what does a musician need? Well, in my opinion, only three things. Good music, good technique, and good confidence. So those are the three things we need to develop when we work, when we practice, when we are our own teacher in the practice room. I'll show another drawing for that. Here you can see that the courage is on the top, and then we have technique and musicianship, and we have many details, many small things under each of those categories. So I start with the music. In my mind, music is about storytelling, stories that we musicians share with the listeners. So we have, what do we have here? Good music is storytelling. And we have some musical elements for these stories. We have the sound, for example. And you know, now if you think about me, I'm going to speak to you for another 20 minutes or so. And if I choose to use this kind of voice, everybody will be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. this lady, the voice is coming in the way for the message. So the sound of your playing, your storytelling is very important. And the masters of this are the singers. They are hysterical about sound. If you don't have the sound, nobody wants to listen, you know. You're howling, or screaming, nobody's interested. So sound, super important. And we have intonation, rhythm, dynamics, articulations. One more, yeah. So I made this checklist, C-ROD, sound, intonation, that you can check yourself when you record yourself or you listen when you play to see if things are okay. Then we have good technique. We'll not speak too much about that today, but it is the ability to produce your musical story, to actually make it realistic, make it come out to the audience. So we need, of course, ear, lips, support, fingers. The trombonists need the arms, etc., etc. So that's that one. Now we have the third one, good confidence. Good confidence is equally important, because if you have good music and good technique and you are super afraid, you know, it will not work. You need the courage and the confidence, and you need the desire to share your music with people, and energy and confidence. So these three things we need to take care of when we practice. So the name of this little lecture is Being Your Own Teacher, and therefore I will also ask, what is a good teacher? Because who wants to go to a bad teacher? That's not a good idea. So when you are a teacher for yourself in the practice room, you need to be a good teacher. And then everybody can think a little bit, what is a good teacher? I have written a few words about that. What is a good teacher? Let me see if I remember this. Yeah, helping. It's a helper. Helping with confidence, music, and technique. You can be a little bit more specific. Yeah. Okay, more stuff about the good teacher. A good teacher is encouraging, demanding, asking for quality, but in a positive way and with many creativity, suggestions for helping. What else? Inspiring, helpful. So these are things to remember when you communicate with yourself in the practice room. So that leads us directly into the practice room. And here I have some points for you, some practical points. And at the end, if we have 5 minutes or so time, I will answer questions, of course, if I have an answer, that is. So the first important message in the practice room from me is watch your choice of words. So how does that go? Well, for example, you play something and then you want to give yourself feedback, comment. Like, that was nice, I liked my own sound, maybe, we hope. Intonation was actually terrible. That's a very not good feedback, because if you say the intonation is terrible, it's very depressing, it takes you down like, oh my God, I can never get it in tune. You need to be specific. rather than to say it was terrible, you could say, I think there were a few notes that could be more in tune. Aha, really? Good. Which ones? Which one? Yeah, on the horn is usually the double fingerings. You can count on that. Your A's are probably too high. Your D's, double fingerings. Or it just, you know, that you haven't quite figured it out. But it's different to say, let's fix a couple of notes, rather than it's terrible. And it's so important, the choice of word. You can say the same thing, but in a positive way or a negative, depending on the words. There are many examples. For example, the word try. If you are a real teacher and have a student and the student plays, and then you say, well, try again. Or you can say that to yourself, try again. Maybe it gets better. But already the word try is a little negative, because, oh, let's try again. May not work, but we'll try. It's much better to use the word play it again, or do it again, and do it even better, a little bit better in this area, or with maybe a little bit more dynamics, maybe a little bit more energy or something. Aha, doing or playing is better than trying. Because, yeah, so that's an example. And then, of course, we have the classic words problems or difficulties. And, you know, if you say to them, for example, when I grew up as a young player, the old guys told me that, for example, Schumann Adagio Allegro is impossible. Oh, okay. I was young and I thought they were just telling me the truth. They were not. They were just saying how they felt it. And so I never played the Schumann until I was like 35 or something, because I realized there are other people out there who play this piece. Maybe I should try it. And then it's hard, but it's not impossible. So this is, you know, what people say, especially when they say it in a dogmatic way. You know? Don't always believe them. Just think for yourself. And then the problem, the word problem, problematic. Yeah, this is a problem. This is a problematic place. So this is very good. No, don't say that. Just say this is an interesting place. You know, it's demanding, but you got to practice your fingers, your breathing, whatever. You can do it. And we know this from sport. You know, in the sport, the good people, they have coaches like a trainer who stands on the side and says, pep talk, you know, go, 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 you can do it. And we musicians are often more lonely. We have to say that to ourselves. Inside, you know, the head, you have to have an inner guide saying, you know, take a good breath here, go, 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 this is going fine. A little mistake, no problem, I'll get it the next bar. This kind of pep talk. So how you communicate with yourself is super important. That's my first point here. The second point in this list is your use of the time. Sometimes people, maybe especially young people, are very busy trying to use the time. Oh, I have 1 hour now, I must practice, 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 you know, and then they practice in 60 minutes, and afterwards their lips are stiff and they don't sound as well at the end of those 60 minutes as they did in the beginning. It's much better to practice in smaller segments. And especially if you play something and it goes really good, it's important to take a small break, tell yourself that that was quite good. You don't have to say it was the best in the world, because nobody is there. But you can say it was okay, it was good. And then let this information sink into your subconscious, to your mind, that oh, maybe I can do this. All right, it was all right. Okay, this is how you build the confidence. Small things like this build little by little. So the use of time, better small sections, or you can practice for an hour, but inside that hour you need small breaks. So just remember that. Take small breaks and enjoy your own playing if it was okay. And if it was not okay, well, find a creative way to fix it. If you have the whole day, you could make a schedule like the famous tuba player who's going to also be in the international brass, Italian Brass Week, Øystein Badsvik. He had a plan. He started at 9 o'clock and practiced till 9:20. Then he had 10 minutes break to 9:30. Then he practiced another 20 minutes and 10 minutes break. And then at one point he had a lunch which he had prepared before, 40 minutes for the lunch, etc., etc. So from 9 to 5 he had a structure of the day. Saturday half day, Sunday free. This was what he did for 1 year to get really good, instead of just being okay. But of course that's a luxury thing when you have the whole day like that. Most of us need to play when we have the time. So that's about the timing. Then it's about the material. In the brass world especially, we are a little bit, in my opinion, obsessed with warming up. We warm up, and then we warm up, and then we warm up some more, and then we warm up together. We just warm up a lot. And the warm up, and then we have the daily exercises, they kind of mix together. And sometimes, for my taste or experience, it's too much. You need to play music, at least more than 50% musical material. Of course, you can say that some of the exercises are music, or etudes are music, especially the good ones, the musical ones. But it's easy to lose the joy of music, if you only practice the physical part. But of course there's a balance, you need both. So good material recommended. So where are we now? Choice of level. So I already said that maybe, yeah, but the good way to say is to set your standard and find your tools. And your tools, of course, that's about breathing, where to breathe, how much to breathe, make sure the lips are ready to go, finding solutions for fingerings, the smartest ones, support if needed, etc. Find your tools, but have a plan. So do you want to play on the first class level, or do you want to play on the second class level? Or maybe you're happy with the third class level. Well, if it's simple things, why not first class? As a teacher, I have a good experience in asking students, how would, let's have some name dropping here, how would Radovan Vlatkovic play this? Or Stefan Dor, if you want, Barbara Allegrini, Luca Bonucci. So think about what the best people, what the standard they set, and try to copy. Now I use that word try. And just copy them. I'll give you a small example from the literature of the orchestra, the excerpt. There's a second horn solo in the Fidelio Overture, which I'm sure many of you know. I've seen it. I sing better than I play these days. Yeah. So it's not so hard, but it is a solo. It sets the character after the slow introduction. And then the question is, who was Fidelio? A lot of people that I have been giving lessons to, they know who Beethoven was. They know that he only wrote one opera, but they're not sure who was Fidelio. So it's like, okay, it's a woman whose name is Leonora, and she dresses up as a man to rescue her husband who is in political prison. That's a strong story already there. So this woman, Leonora Fidelio, she goes out on this mission. So if you play it like, without energy, just like, let me find a good text here. Let me hope that I get all the notes in this one. I'll be happy when it's over with. I don't know if you understood my words. You need something more brave and courage, lots of courage. I will go in the world. I will save my husband. I will give those bastards Arbeit time. Something that can lift your spirit and lift the spirit of the listeners, and they hear the difference. So it's not just about production of the notes, it's also about art. And of course you can say, if you play second horn, how much art is that? Well, this is one of the moments. And we have, of course, the bum 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 bum. We have that one. And we have some bum 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 bum. Oh, nice. Some solos like that. And if we go to the first horn, of course there's lots where you can contribute. So what's my choice of level. Which level do you want to be on? I would say go for first class. And then of course you have plan B in the background. So if you have a plan, I'm going to breathe there and there and there, and etc. And then you realize that you didn't take enough the first time, and then the lips are not as silky as they were yesterday. Well, there's always plan B. Take another quick breath. Play louder if it's soft. Play softer if it's loud. Compromises are okay. Many people got jobs in auditions following plan B. But of course you need to know what is plan A and have that as on your top. This next point on my list here is, what, can you read it? Use of mental training. So when you practice, it's important that it's not only how many hours the mouthpiece is on your lip that matters. It's also to what degree your mind can get the information, and especially the subconscious mind. The power of the thought is incredible. And if we had been in the same room together, which we are not, one is in Brazil and one is in Italy and one is in Norway, etc., I would have taken up two people and have them stand in front of me with their back to me and touch their backs and ask them to close their eyes, breathe deeply, relax, blah, 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 and then command. Please start to think, I'm falling backwards. I'm falling backwards. Repeat that thought. You can all try this at home. Just stand next to a wall. You will feel that the body wants to go backwards, because you put that message into your subconscious mind. So some people are really relaxed about it. I'm falling backwards. Oh yeah, I guess I'm falling backwards. But other people are more like, I'm falling, oh, that's dangerous. And they protest. And so this is what the good magicians know. They find the people to hypnotize that are easily influenced. So you need to find out about yourself, what kind of type you are. And if you're easily influenced, it can be a good thing if you get good impulses. If you get a lot of negative impulses, it's not good. You have to protect yourself. Filter. So mental training, what is that? Well, if you jump up and down on the floor and say, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, that's maybe not enough. Because it needs to be based in realistic, something realistic. So, for example, if you are my favorite piece that I taught myself to play without the teacher when I was in my, I don't know, 30s or something, was the Francés Divertimento. And at the time I was traveling a little bit, commuting to another city to teach, so I had some time on the bus and on the plane, and I did mental training to learn this piece without the horn. So this is how it goes. It starts with 6 bars in the piano. Bum bum da 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 bum da bum 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 da 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 dee bum bum da 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 dee da dee da dee da dee da dum bum da 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 dum da da dum da 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 dum da da ding da 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 dum da da dee da 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 dum da da ding da 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 pa 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 be bum 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 da dum ba bum da da ba 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 bum da da ba 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 bum yum bum ba. Listen to the piano, etc. So, did you hear the accents? Can't see you, but I hope somebody heard the accents. So this was basically everything except playing. It was the right key, I gotta believe me there. It was the right tempo, 116 approximately. It was, I followed my breathing plan. I did practice the fingers. I listened to the piano. I tried to have clean articulations and good dynamics. If you do this, it will be easier to play from the horn. The plan gets worked into the brain so that you can really produce what you want, but you need to know what you want. Yes, what is this mental training? Yeah, there are also some things that can be mentioned from sport, the world of sport. In the world of sport, they do a lot of research to make their boys and girls run faster and throw further and play better football and everything. And a couple of those experiments are like this. One of them is like 2 groups of people, sort of the same average physical form, are asked to come out in the, one group is asked to go out in the forest and run along this little road. Just keep running until you're tired. That's the first group. The second group, another time of course, is invited out in the forest and they're asked to run on this little road and run until they get to a house where they serve cold beer or Coca-Cola or what you want. So what do you think about those 2 groups? Average, which group is able to run the longest distance? Now, since I can't see you, I'll answer it myself. The second group has a goal. But the first group is just running and thinking, you know, am I tired now? Am I getting tired? And you just, if you repeat that word in your head, just repeat it 10 times, you'll get tired. That's not a good idea. So how can we, and the second group is like, okay, this is tough, but I know the house is maybe a coming up soon, and there will be the reward. There's a goal. And for us, the goal, the reward, is to have a plan and to follow it. And think about that rather than to think about how do I feel today. Because most of the time when you play a concert, you don't always feel. Still have to play. And your best, and even if your best is not your 100%, 80% could be good too. So that's a mental, something about the importance of the mental. What was this choice of level? Yeah. Okay, we have also some other more down-to-earth thing, such as use of practical aids, like record yourself often and listen. It's tough. And of course, the better the microphone, the better. But even if you don't have a super microphone, you can use your telephone. Today, everybody has a telephone which can do recordings. And even if the sound is not the best, you can listen, you know, your intonation, your rhythm, your many, many things. And see if you like it. If you like it, fine. And if you think there are places that could be better, okay, go back and fix them. Or work on just those places. Specific. So recording is important. Metronome can be good. Of course, everything should not necessarily be 100% metronomical. There's rubatos and such things that make the music more alive. But can hear whether basic rhythm is, the pulse is okay with new use of the metronome. Sometimes you can use the metronome on off beats. Yeah, that's a big lecture. It's another lecture. Tuner, etc. Breathing tools. I'll close the door here. Yeah, well, never mind. So, and then we have one more point here. Play for people often. And who are people? Well, people are anybody. Your friends, your other students, colleagues, and one person could be enough. You just invite them into your room and say, please, could you sit here for 5 minutes and just listen to this little thing? And how many times you need to do that before the concert? Well, I had one student who took this very seriously, and he said at least 5 times. You have to play for people before you play for people. Because then you find out where your mind slips and what you forget if you play from memory, so you can fix it before the concert, before the audition. It's just really important. Don't wait till you're ready, because when are you ready? I mean, never. You're on all the time on the way to a good or a better performance. Play for people often. Yeah. So, wow. I think maybe I'm at the end of my lecture. Is there any questions that I have prepared? There is Luca coming back.
Yes, I was trying.
Can I see the gallery?
Hello?
Here, so
Hello, Fridays?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
I have a question. You talked about confidence and mental training. How can we mentally train ourselves to not have fear before a performance if we're not exposed a lot to public performances and if we have stage fright?
That's a super good and super important question. It starts in the practice room, but it starts with getting used to the stress, you know. So now, like you said, you're not used to perform so often publicly. Well, you need to change that. And to perform for a large public, but even if to perform for one person is good training. It's different if you're alone in the room or if there's somebody else there. Anyway, why we get nervous is 3 categories, reasons. The first reason is your DNA. You understand the DNA? The blood, your family. I mean, if your father is nervous and your mother was nervous and your grandparents were nervous, it's in the family, it's in the blood. That doesn't mean you have to be very nervous, but it's something you need to accept and live with and find out if you love music more, so you can. And also the environment. If you grow up with a teacher who is making you nervous, it's not good. It's actually very easy for a teacher to make students nervous, unfortunately. For example, you play something, bum, papa, stop! First note was not correct. Yeah. It's just not good. Let them play at least the signal, you know. Or so the environment has to do with it. And when you become like 18, 19, 20 years old into this direction, you need to, if I can show with this, cut the string again. The string to your parents, to your former teachers maybe, and say, hey, the hell with you, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm not saying this is always the case, but it could be the case. There's a lot of material out there, and there's a lot of techniques. I've written, actually, and I'm going to make a little reclame. I've just finished a new book. Oh, nice drawing, yeah? So I put all my articles. Oh, there it is, yeah. And I have some articles about that. So the second reason that we get nervous, second category of reasons, is the level of the work that you're playing. For example, if you're playing Mozart 3, it's technically not as demanding as Mozart 4. We all know that in the horn department. Or if you are young and ambitious and you really want to play the Weber Concertino, you know, yeah, you have a lot of confidence and you have a teacher who says, oh, that's possible, you know, it's possible. But you also could get depressed because it's a little hard. Excuse me for using that word. It's a little challenging at the end, you know. All of that stuff, but it's not impossible. And then there's a the high E flat, you know. Okay, so maybe it's a little too early to do it when you're 16. For some, for others, just fine, because they don't know it's difficult. Really the trick. But anyway, so the level of difficulty, and that's where the teachers try to help. They tell you which pieces are good for you, and they work with you on the phrasing and everything. And so the question is, are you well enough prepared? Did you play for people before you play for people? That's really the big question. And people could be one person, could be two, could be anybody. People who don't know anything about music, your parents, your grandparents, anybody. I just had a listen here last week with a student who was preparing for, I think it was a funeral, and then I invited the woman who lives next door to me. I knew she was at home, so I rang her and said, "You want to come over and spend 5 minutes listening to my student?" And she says, "Yeah, sure." And the student was a little surprised, you know, but it was a good experience. He got nervous, more nervous than playing just for me, because we're friends. The third category of reasons that you get nervous is sudden thoughts. that you suddenly think about things that has nothing to do with the music. It could be, for example, I didn't know the hall was going to be so large, or I didn't know the room was going to be so small, or I didn't know you were going to be here, or, you know, I personally, I had this thing, you know, I was playing something and then I was thinking, I forgot to buy bread. And then I had to like say, what is that? Stop it. You know, it has nothing to do with what you're doing. What you need to think about is the next bar, the next note. And for example, what's going on in the orchestra. I'll give you one of my favorite examples, Mozart's Second. As you all know, if you're horn players, you know that it starts with one long note in the horn part. A whole bar. And then it changes, and then, so during that long note, what are we thinking about? It could be like, I'm a little nervous now, I'm not sure I can do this. Or are we thinking about the second violin? So all the time when I have people come in with that piece, I ask one question is, so what's going on in the second violin here? And then people are like, well, something like the majority, they just don't know. I didn't think about it. Although they maybe listen to some recordings lots of times, I still can't tell me this. Because if you listen to that, Mozart gave you a motor. It gave you this energy so that you can feel the swing, the beat, the rhythm, while you're holding that long note, and you can be mentally prepared for your own 16. Like a tsunami. So these are mental techniques, you know, that you need to stop negative or stupid thoughts and just put in the good ones. The sports people, I'm a little envious there. Now it's 6 o'clock anyway, so the sports people, they have a coach, and then they have a mental coach, and they have a shrink, and they have a physiotherapist, and they have a doctor. They have like a team, you know, incredible. And especially the mental coaches, what to think about.
You know,
thank you. Yeah.
You know, this morning, every morning at the Italian Brass Week, we have a program with a mental coach. And basically, I asked this mental coach also to come in Fiesole and teach there, because as you was telling, it's very important to have a professional master to give the information and to give to the kids the right information to believe in themselves and to have a goal and to have a target, so they just build up the street. And of course, many others of us will give the right information. Fridays, thank you very much with all my heart. And I really appreciate and enjoy very much your masterclass. And also, Tanya would like to say something?
Of course, thank you very much. It was absolutely amazing. And I enjoyed it very much, your masterclass. And thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome. And congratulations with putting this all together. The timetable is incredible.
Yeah. Only one month, 1.5 months. I call all the friends all around the world, and this is kind of a miracle that we put this together.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again. All the best, and we keep in touch for October.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye. Ciao ragazzi.
Ciao.
Thank you. So we keep going now with the masterclass of
Esteban Batayan.
Esteban
our
Batayan.
Next masterclass. Yes.
You know, luckily he just arrived in Galicia. He was flying from Chicago yesterday night, so he landed this morning somewhere in Madrid or Barcelona, I don't remember. And we just contact him. He's able to give the masterclass. Thanks God. And so now we need only a few seconds to get in the room of the Zoom room, and we give a contribute from the regia. Un contributo dalla regia, per favore. And we are back in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company, merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Ed eccoci qua di nuovo. Here we are again, and directly just arrived from Chicago in Spain, and actually in north of Spain.
Just to give us the masterclass here, Esteban Batayan. Esteban?
Sí.
Hola, hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien.
Encantadísimos de tenerte aquí.
Gracias. Pues os tengo que contar la verdad.
Sí.
A ver.
Dico in italiano o in spagnolo?
Como tú quieres,
como tú quieras. Español o
primero en español.
Hace 10 minutos estaba durmiendo.
Okay.
Me quedé dormido sin querer porque acabo de llegar de viaje hace 3 horas y en el sofá pues me quedé.
Sí, escuchamos que veniste de Chicago.
Teléfono en silencio.
Okay, fantástico.
We was pretty worried about because we had some problem with New York, the connecting with Steve Norrell before. So I said, but I know that you land and you told me that everything was okay. Muchas gracias, grazie mille. E lui parla bene anche italiano perché è stato molto in Italia, vero?
Ok. Sì, faccio quello che posso.
Ok, penso che puoi iniziare la tua masterclass. Thank you very much to the Italian Brass Week 2020. And,
okay. Gracias Esteban.
Thank you. Grazie, è il mio piacere.
A te.
Grazie.
Ok, well, first of all, hello everybody. I hope you are doing great. especially because all around the world we are still on this pandemic crisis. So I hope everybody's safe at home. I need to be very brief because we just have 30 minutes to talk about my idea of a perfect warm-up for myself, especially now that I had, like, as everybody, I had like a lot of time to think about what's my warm-up, so what means for me my warm-up. So for me, the warm-up, it's not just the moment where you start to bass your mouthpiece or you start to play your instrument and you want to achieve some kind of, like a sportman who wants to run and he just prepares for that. No, for me the warm-up means the preparation for the music. So we should think since the first moment in music. Of course, just to imagine it for a second. If you wake up 8 in the morning and you want to start 9 in the morning after your breakfast, so that means, well, you need to warm up your muscles and your body is still, you need to do some kind of work. So I have my own warming up plan, which is basically a mix of a lot of different exercises, and I call it practice room because it's like the space, or I want to try to imagine the space where I go and where I used to practice all my things to be that quality that I need to have every day. So I want to introduce you a couple of very interesting elements, and they are metronome and tuner. Why? Because we must achieve every second three big circumstances, three big elements. One is, of course, sound. Second one is, the three are in the same level: sound, intonation, rhythm. So if you have a great sound and a great rhythm, but your intonation is, you are missing one of the parts. And just thinking in the other way, if you have a great intonation and a great rhythm, but you have a not great sound, you are missing something. So I think that's important our goal must be every day to work all different kind of aspects of our day-to-day. So the first thing I could recommend to you, it's to use the tuner and the metronome. It's not a small one. This is a big one because it has everything. So, and I can make sure that I'm going to hear it pretty well. So the question is, we should set, if you want to take some notes, it's important. You should set your metronome with the quarter note in 60 and just start doing your exercises, breathing exercises. So focus your breath in 3 steps: low, medium, high. So just like you are trying to inflate a ball. So with your breath exercises every day, you should be able to try different, let me put this so I can explain it better. I hope you don't hear it a lot because it used to be very loud. So just imagine you can breathe a 4/4 bar and out a 4/4 bar. Exactly. You can repeat this for 10 times, for example. And the air must be non-stop, always. It comes in, it goes out, all the time. And then you can mix different types of breathing. A 4/4 bar with a 2/4 bar, 2/4 bar with 4/4 bar. I mean, I can make it explain it better if I send you a picture like this, where you can use different types of combinations. So in for a 4/4 bar, out for a 4/4 bar. Then you for 10 times. Then you take you take a rest, and then you go for 4/4 bar and 2/4 bar for 5 times, and then the opposite, 2/4 bar to 4/4 bar for other 5 times. So it's very easy to just to try to create some kind of breathing exercises. This is one part. The other part is, of course, this. Oh, well, this is my friend Berp. The mouthpiece is very important. What I was thinking all this time during the pandemic was if you stay home for a long time and you are not doing sports every day and your body's not in the same kind of activity as it was before. I discovered for myself that it's great just to buzz a little bit, just playing with the mouthpiece for a few seconds before to start. So I used to you can play some kind of low notes for you to warm up. For example, this was one thing that Dale Clevenger from Randos in a really pianissimo dynamic and trying to be the most precise with his attack. Something like that. It's very useful. I mean, I discovered that you start since the very first moment to focus in your sound. Well, once I have this, and I feel like, okay, my muscles are walking up as I want. The first thing I do, depends the day. I used to do first long tones, starting G, second line of the second line, and going through C. Or I start directly with bending exercises that I will show you. So everybody knows what is the bending, which is the take one sound and bend the sound to the next note, normally lower note. So do a lower note with an upper position to make it, just to try to find the focus, the center of the tone. So the first thing is, if I start with the long tones, I used to do 5 bars with the metronome in 80, pop, pop. So 5 bars, and trying to create the most stable sound. I will show you just one. Then you take a rest for 2 bars, 1 bar, depends what you want, and half tone less. If not, I start with bending exercises like this. Everybody knows that kind of exercise. So why I used to do that? So if you take if you take a note, and this is the center, here is the center of the note, right? If something was wrong with the note, just imagine for a second that my C is high, I can't find naturally the center of the note. I mean, it helps a lot with the focus of the sound and even with the tone, with the color, because then you can transform the color, the shape of your sound later when you want to perform. Okay, so these are the 2-3 things that I used to do always with the. Oh, somebody's asking something. No. Oh, well, I just did it right now with the C because it's my main instrument is the C trumpet, and in fact this is a pretty famous trumpet. This is it's a back mount Vernon. You can see here. Well, you cannot see because it's very old. It's a back mount Vernon from 1955, which I think you saw in a lot of videos because this was Adolf Herz's main instrument with the Chicago Symphony. So this is the instrument that I'm playing already now, and well, we have been doing some little changes this last couple of months, and well, it seems to be a not new instrument, but close to the original idea of Bad Herzog. So yeah, you can warm up with the instrument. I mean, for me, it doesn't make sense to warm up with the piccolo, for example, but why not? I mean, why not? Everything's possible, should be possible. But alternative, you want C, B flat, it's not a big problem. So after these 2 or 3 steps, I used to, well, I have a very long exercise, bending exercise, which combines different positions going to the up register and the low register of the notes, like this. I will just play once for you. It's a little bit difficult the first time, but. So it mixes a little bit the low bending with going back to the real sound, going again to the bending, so it keeps you forcing to really try to find the center of the note. Then you go up because you are using another note to continue with the same sound. So what this makes for us, to keep you pushing your air, keep blowing, to maintain the sustain of the note. If not, if we don't do that, it can be like something like that. So you must have air support. And trying to keep, I mean, it's also air training. So for your ear, because you need to hear the intonation and the shape of the notes. So as you see, we are talking all the time about sound, color, intonation. Well, then we have there are many different options between oh, sorry, I have everything mixed here. Yeah, this is one big exercise that you must do every day, which is Vincent Sikovic. Vincent Sikovic, he was second trumpet of the CSO, and he created a kind of lyrical and practice flow studies to practice this kind of concept of blowing air and thinking in a line, do it very musical. So with this, we try to keep blowing and keep our legato, and I think it's a great exercise even for the sound, for the shape. I mean, it's great. Everybody knows it, but we need to mention this. everybody knows this exercise, and it's very important to do it. Even we can do it with the mouthpiece, to repeat it after we do it. So and trying to create like a line. Very singing sound, and that's important because we need to tell something with our sound. We need to speak with our sound. Okay, this is the second step after this long warm up, or after this long warm up with bendings and other things. Then we have another great step to achieve, which is Clark. So I hope, I'm 100% sure that you heard about Jeremy Clark. He was a cornetist of the 19th century, and he created for us, he made these exercises very famous that for sure you know. For sure everybody knows. Why this exercise? Because it's always talking about the same. So what's the difference between or it's just the speed of, it's just the tempo. So it's the same concept. Blow your air, try to make it sing like a singing sound, very clean, and I mean it's all the connection is always the same. And I have my personal way for practice the Clark. Obviously we need to practice also the staccato, and we need to practice different kind of articulations. But one difficult thing is to achieve the goal of have a singing and ringing sound without going step by step. No. That's really difficult to find. That's why I focus a lot on that. So for the Clark, I have my own kind of version. It's not just for me. A lot of people used to do that. Is to change the metrics, because that's the other part of our three important things for our warm up, which was sound, intonation, rhythm. So rhythm. If we take the exercise, to number 2 of Clark, I just played it. Da, 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 da. So the first time we can do it in 4/4 as it's written, da, 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 da. But then we can change, and we can convert some of the parts of these of the bars, and we can make it in 3/4. Which will be for this will be the first. This will be the first. This will be the first original. This is the original. So what I did is the second part of the original 4/4 bar. I converted the 8th note in a 16th, and I converted it 3/4. And then the opposite, the first half of the bar, 4/4 bar, I convert it in a 16 note, and then I continue with it. But then we can convert the whole thing in 16th note instead 8th note, and then we have a 2/4, which is basically the same but faster. So we have 4/4, 3/4, 2/4, and then the last step, if we continue with going with the speed, with the tempo, 1/4, which could be, if we are in 2/4, if we are in this tempo, so 1/4 should be double tempo. Of course, we need to clean it and do it slower and practice it. So this is the first thing of this Clark exercise. Then 2 more. The first one is to do everything we did staccato. So you can mix it. For example, as we did the 4/4, 3/4, 2/4, 1/4, you can do 4/4 legato staccato, 3/4 legato staccato. So you can choose for yourself. But I think it's important to do once everything slur, second time everything staccato. So we have the same. Or same. And then we have the double tone with the 1/4. So what we are doing here is practicing also. I mean, sounding, all that things. So that's why it's important. I think it's important to achieve all the exercises in all different slurs, staccato. Then the second thing is to do octaves. So we can also cover the intervals. For example, when you see the part, the higher note, each 4, you can just do it 1 octave. So you create a new exercise and interesting, and always keeping the same kind of idea. So for example, if the exercise is originally so the E is the highest, so it goes octave. So it goes all the time, the highest note of each 4, 1 octave. The same with, another way, we can do second and 4th, 1 octave. So the original exercise, which will be, I will put it mute because if not it's going to sound like now it will be second and 4th of each 4, 1 octave high. Okay, so once you have this, you are in a complete idea of. I mean, you are trying to take your moment for intonation, for rhythm, for your sound. What more we can do? There is the low notes called pedal tones that they help us to expand the range, and also they help us to focus even more our sounding. So I can recommend yourself to take that strength and that consistency in your embouchure. For example, I used to start with a G always and going down until C, like this. Continue even with we can do double octave, for example. Then we must be able to skip that super low octave sound and go up in the register to practice our extension of the range. It's important to have a very consistent embouchure. Even we can go maybe after one up, but it's important to keep that idea of sustain the whole time, trying to find the comfortable stability in your embouchure, just the mechanics for yourself, but always thinking in these 3 steps: tempo, rhythm, intonation, and sound. I have a couple of questions here. So from Venezuela, Francisco. Okay, he wants me to explain it in Spanish, but I don't think I can do it now, Francisco. Just write me by Facebook or Instagram to reply to you. Walter, what pronunciation do you use for simple double? It's always ta. I always use as my main articulation sound, and must be very clear. Well, through the iPod or the Mac, you cannot describe it, but very important. It's important to keep a clear attack and a pure sound. That's the idea, okay? Clear attack and pure sound. So then you put that together with your warm-up ideas, and then we can say that you are performing or you are, playing. But it's important always to think not just in practice, that you are practicing. No, always try to think in a performance, even if you are doing warm-up exercises, okay? It's important to think in the performance way, okay? Something more. How do you practice with tuner? How can I improve my intonation? Well, I used to practice, as I said before, with the tuner and with the metronome. So they are good friends. I don't know exactly where is because I just arrived today after 20 hours flight. I arrived a couple of hours ago. So with my metronome and my tuner, I always have them both, my stand and my iPod, or my scores, my parts. And I used to put always in 440, because that's the intonation we use for the Chicago Symphony. In 440, at the first thing in the morning I do, when I do my 10, 15, 20 minutes warm up before go to the rehearsal, is to put my metronome, my tuner, and my exercises for the morning. And since the very first moment, I have the tuner in 440, and I try to play always with the right intonation, but without skip that. Sometimes not everything which is in the tuner is perfect, because if you need to play a chord and you have a major fifth, that doesn't need to be perfect with the tuner. So it's a good training for your ear, but you must hear everything you are playing, you are doing. Breathe, the diaphragm. Okay, well, I think we talk about the breathe exercises. It's very simple. I mean, we must have some kind of relaxed breathe and try to create in our body our resonance space. So that's why, for example, Arnold Jacobs, he created the sound. So he had like a big resonance case, his body, and that's the way that my colleague Jay Friedman, he used to play. He's amazing. I used to see to him, he's 81 years old, and he's, super fresh with 81 years old. It's incredible. And the way how he plays every day and how he doesn't use a lot of effort, just to play, it's just very clear, very simple, very precise, and everything goes. It's just easy and relaxed. Don't try to force. Just try to play. The time is finishing. Okay. Well, so to the orchestra, you need a really good endurance. The best thing you can do for, everybody, I think that's the same. When you're working day to day in your work and you have to be in shape and ready for a few hours, I think you must be prepared for that. So the way to prepare yourself for long rehearsals is just to do long sections of your private practice room or your private performance at home. So it's a question, of course. And I used to play a lot of flexibility exercise, long tones, very long tones, more than 5 bars even, as we talked before for the warm up. Yeah, just long tones in every kind of register, high register, medium, low, and you will for sure after half an hour. Another message here. Auditions are spend a lot of time without playing. How can you prepare to be always ready? So, well, if you want to prepare for an audition, it's important that you go to your audition 9:30 and then you are number 27 and you play at 12 o'clock. So the thing I do is, because my everyday basic warm-up is just 10 minutes or 15 before my long section of rehearsing with orchestra, I do the same. Just 5-10 minutes before that I know that I'm going to play, that's what I do. 5-10 minutes before. Of course, there is other things around you, like the tension of the moment, and you are nervous and all that things, and there is a lot of people around playing, asking, and well, the good thing is to be prepared for that moment. And my colleague of the Roosevelt University, Shannik Philbrick, who is the second trumpet of the Lyric Opera of Chicago, he always says a very nice phrase, which is the rule of the 5P. Proper preparation prevents performance problems. So if you are prepared physically, mentally, your performance is okay. So talking about how long before we need to warm up or how to play the audition, I think we need to reserve everything, our potential, for the audition moment, for the right moment when we are doing the audition. So don't waste your energy or your time before just trying to warm up a lot. No, your response should be very quick, okay? Well, so, yeah, thank you. There's people from Peru and Colombia and Venezuela. And, how can I improve the triple staccato? Okay, do it slow. Just thinking that. Ta ta ka ta ta ka ta. Slow ta ta ka ta ta ka, and going faster and faster and faster. But always try to have air support in the bass, because if you try to play, no, always air support. Okay, the air support doesn't mean that it's clear or not clear. That's the attack, but the air support must be always. Well, they said here.
Ok, basta.
Okay.
Ok.
Well, so Luca.
Esteban, grazie mille. And first things I'm going to do tomorrow morning and to study my triple staccato and the bending down. No, look, thank you very much. Grazie mille. Ho apprezzato molto lo sforzo sei arrivato da Chicago, sei arrivato in Spagna, hai fatto così tanti cambi di voli e sei qui con noi. Un grazie da tutto l'Italian Brass Week. Thank you very much, and we talk about next year our project.
Good.
Okay.
Perfect. It was a pleasure seeing you, everybody.
Un abrazo muy fuerte. Ciao, grazie mille.
Ciao.
Ciao a tutti ragazzi, bye bye.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao. E adesso, come si diceva, è molto importante avere, come diceva anche la Freudis, no? È molto importante avere un prospetto artistico che completa un artista, perché un artista non può essere soltanto uno strumentista. It's very important to have a real, the complete diamond. Just to be an artist, you cannot be only a instrumental, a player. You need to know many things, including art. Today we had some food and some wine, and now we just skipping, and we just presenting Antonella Lombardi. She's an art expert and a manager of the art, and she's related with lawyers and notarial, and she's very important in Italy on expertise. È molto importante presentare Antonella Lombardi, una carissima amica, un'esperta di arte, una persona che fa expertise, e stasera ci parlerà appunto per i 500 anni di Raffaello Sanzio, ci parlerà di appunto l'arte pittorica. Perciò è molto importante avere una conoscenza. It's very important to know the arts and the painting and all that is related with art. So, abbiamo Antonella Lombardi, grazie mille, buonasera Antonella. A te la parola.
Quanto largo e benigno si dimostri talora il cielo nell'accumulare in una persona sola le infinite ricchezze dei suoi tesori e tutte quelle grazie e più rari doni che in un lungo spazio di tempo suol compartire fra molti individui, chiaramente poté vedersi nel non meno eccellente che grazioso Raffaele Sanzio da Urbino, il quale fu dalla natura dotato di tutta quella modestia e bontà che suole alcuna volta vedersi in coloro che più degli altri hanno una certa umanità di natura gentile aggiunto un ornamento bellissimo d'una grazia e affabilità che sempre suol mostrarsi dolce e piacevole con ogni sorte di persone ed in qualunque maniera di cose. Di costui fece dono al mondo la natura, quando vinta nell'arte per mano di Michelagnolo Buonarroti, volle in Raffaello esser vinta dall'arte e dai costumi insieme. E nel vero, poiché la maggior parte degli artefici stati, insino allora, si avevano nella natura recato un certo che di pazzia e di salvatichezza che, oltre all'averli fatti astratti e fantastici, era stata cagione che molte volte si era più dimostrato in loro l'ombra e l'oscuro dei vizi che la chiarezza e lo splendore di quelle virtù che fanno gli uomini immortali. Fu ben ragione che, per contrario, in Raffaello facesse chiaramente risplendere tutte le più rare virtù dell'animo, accompagnate da tanta grazia, studio, bellezza, modestia ed ottimi costumi, quanti sarebbero bastati a ricoprire ogni vizio quantunque brutto ed ogni macchia ancorché grandissima. È così che il più grande biografo del Rinascimento, Giorgio Vasari, ci descrive uno degli artisti che meglio ha rappresentato il suo tempo, narrato l'epoca nel quale è nato e che ha lasciato una traccia indelebile nel tempo. Un artista di provincia, apparentemente, eccezionalmente dotato, nato in una terra ricca di storia e di tradizione radicata nell'arte, con lo sguardo però volto alle grandi città del potere. Nasce ad Urbino Raffaello da Giovanni, pittore non di grande talento, ma con una discreta bottega, nella quale proprio Raffaello muove i primi passi. Si nutre di pigmenti e di storia. Curioso, delicato, emerge sugli altri per caparbietà, diligenza, sicuramente di grande talento, e diplomazia, una dote che in futuro gli tornerà utile nei grandi corridoi papali dell'urbe e che gli attirerà contro anche qualche fastidio. Dalla corte di Guidobaldo del Monte eredita l'amore per una cultura raffinata che, per una serie di circostanze fortunate e non, aveva eletto Urbino centro artistico e culturale di primaria importanza. Qui si concentrano infatti molte tra le personalità di spicco d'Europa. Il Palazzo Ducale infatti diventa il fulcro delle attività degli eruditi che ruotano intorno. In questo vivacissimo ambiente cresce il giovane Raffaello che inizia il suo apprendistato nella bottega paterna. Le sue mansioni sono quelle di macinare i pigmenti, preparare le tavole, cuocere le colle e faticare con il garzone. La gavetta del giovane dura poco, il suo stesso padre riconosce le doti eccezionali del figlio e decide di mandarlo nella più importante officina del tempo. È così che Raffaello approda nella bottega di Pietro Vannucci, detto Perugino, a Perugia. Grazie alle commesse ottenute proprio da Perugino a Firenze, il giovane Raffaello ha modo di confrontarsi con la città toscana e il rigore richiesto dalla committenza fiorentina dettata dai precetti del Savonarola. L'approccio nel modo di dipingere del suo nuovo maestro, un modo nuovo, fatto di uno stile sicuramente morbido, sobrio, compito, morigerato, che descrive paesaggi e figure sacre con uno stile placido che diventa immediatamente di gran moda. Sempre grazie alla testimonianza di Giorgio Vasari, che non lesina informazioni e complimenti nel ricordare le eccezionali doti umane e quasi divine di Raffaello, veniamo a conoscenza del fatto che nel 1504 si trasferisce a Firenze per imparare le lezioni dei grandi pittori di Leonardo da Vinci e Michelangelo, ed è qui che vengono alla luce alcune delle opere più celebri di questo artista, come la Dama degli Ocorno e la Madonna del Cardellino. Parleremo negli altri appuntamenti delle opere e del rapporto con i papi e con gli artisti che egli ha incontrato, ma una piccola nota di colore va menzionata. Vasari ci dà notizia della sua morte a causa di una folle notte amorosa. Raffaello, attendendo intanto ai suoi amori così tanto di nascosto, continuò fuor di modo ai piaceri amorosi, onde avvenne che una volta, fra l'altre, disordinò più del solito, perché tornando a casa con una grandissima febbre fu creduto da medici che fosse riscaldato, onde, non confessando egli il disordine che aveva fatto, per poca prudenza loro gli cavarono sangue, di maniera che indebilito si sentiva mancare laddove egli aveva bisogno di ristoro. Raffaello muore il 6 aprile 1520 ed è sepolto, come aveva chiesto, al Pantheon, dove tuttora riposa.
Vai. Meraviglioso Antonella Lombardi. Thank you very much for the contribution of Raffaello Sanzio. Now, grazie mille Antonella. Now, as you probably know, we all love very much, going to have an aperitivo. Tutti noi italiani, ma anche a livello mondiale, ci piace fare l'aperitivo. E più o meno questa è proprio l'ora dell'aperitivo, no? Perciò ho pensato di coinvolgere Florence Cocktail Week, che è un evento che si fa ogni anno a Firenze, e Paola Mencarelli chiaramente è stata entusiasta di poter collaborare con noi, e abbiamo dei contributi per spiegare come si fanno i cocktail. So this year I was thinking that it was really nice to add the aperitivo cocktail with the Florence Cocktail Week. Is an event that every year happens in Florence. So Paola Mencarelli took care of contacting many bartenders around the world, around Italy, sorry. And probably you don't know, but many of the cocktails that you order, like a Negroni born in Florence. Tonight we have a contribute by a bartender explaining the cocktail. Datemi il nome. Okay, Garibaldi. Get the Garibaldi cocktail. So, Florence Cocktail Week, Garibaldi, the cocktail, and enjoy, and I hope you will learn how to make a cocktail, a properly cocktail. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Buonasera e benvenuti al Bohème Cocktail Bar di Catania. Io sono Salvo Longo e per la Brass Week avrò l'onore di parlarvi di un cocktail storico molto importante, il Garibaldi. È un drink dedicato appunto al famosissimo conquistatore dei due mondi, Messer Garibaldi, e noi per fare questo drink prendiamo il nostro shaker, lo posiamo perché in realtà non ci serve, prendiamo semplicemente il nostro bicchiere precedentemente raffreddato dell'ottimo succo d'arancia fresco, possibilmente se sono arance siciliane, ma vabbè, io sono di parte, e il nostro bitter italiano, un'ottima dose del nostro caro famosissimo bitter, succo d'arancia fresco, aggiungiamo anche qualche cubettino di ghiaccio che non fa male, diamo una gentile mescolata, uniamo il tutto con fina d'arancia, ciuffettino di menta, aromatico, molto profumato. E la bevuta è servita, dedicata all'unione tra l'Italia e la Sicilia, bitter e succo d'arancia. Signori, a voi, all'Italia.
Meraviglioso, molto semplice da realizzare ed ha ragione. Okay, it was really simple to make it, and I didn't know that Garibaldi was so simple to make it. So in English is orange juice and beaten Campari. So you saw that he just mixed it and put a little slide of orange and then some mint on top, and then he was drinking, and I think later on I will try to make it too. Now, you know, we have not only classical or jazz or salsa. We will, during the week, we will have many different kind of range of music. But this is the time that probably I love more, because normally I put, when I'm at home, quando io sono a casa e mi voglio rilassare, metto un po' di musica creata, cucinata da dei buoni DJ. Okay? Non è la solita musica boom 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 boom, ma è un qualcosa di pensato. They thinking about it. They are musicians. They all, you know, they have master degrees in Paris, in London, and in many different places. E stasera abbiamo il DJ Paul Cari che ci delizierà con la sua musica. Appunto il DJ è un produttore, collabora con le più grandi etichette, inclusa Elastica Records. He is one of the greatest producer, and he is also working in Japan, and he's got his own company and working with the most important brands and musicians around the world. So enjoy. You have 1 hour now. You can do a aperitivo. Maybe you can just try to make the Garibaldi, and during drinking the Garibaldi, you can hear the music from this amazing musician. Thank you very much, and I see you in 1 hour for Pacho Flores concert. Ciao ciao ciao.
kawo kawo be derere labo derere labo chiche to balori meri diloku baba ruolo wege baba mukenye makenye obeku baba mukenye makenye kwamu baba bakile akugo akugo atoni gole ganga atoni gole ganga agakuna lekimbo baba ruolo
¿Quién es? Ah, sí, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Bien. Qué bueno que te acordaste.
De mí solo están recuerdos y en mis sueños, pero eso ya no lo suelto, ya no, porque esa parte de mí solo están recuerdos y en mis sueños, pero eso ya no lo suelto, ya no, ya no, ya no. Recuerdos, escuerdos, recuerdos, escuerdos, cuerdos, escuerdos, cuerdos, escuerdos. Ay, qué bueno se siente decirlo. Ya ves, Coco, no era tan difícil. Se siente mucho mejor, ¿verdad?
Stoneby nace en un contexto totalmente idílico, que realmente es una necesidad que provoca el mercado al no haber ninguna fábrica en España que hiciera instrumentos de metal. Mi sueño con 18 años ya era crear o fabricar unos instrumentos que podía ser motivo de orgullo, pero nace primero la idea de los instrumentos, aunque luego la materializa el estar fabricando joyería a nivel industrial y artesanal. Mi abuelo ya era corneta, ya tocaba, ya hacía música con instrumentos de viento metal. Mi padre clarinete. Lógicamente la vinculación al viento ya era genética, ya era algo que estaba ahí. ¿Por qué trompeta? Porque lo vi pequeño y lo vi fácil. Luego me equivoqué, ¿eh? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces merece la pena? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú que lo que haces es bueno? ¿Cuándo entiendes tú? Realmente el instrumento, para nosotros el primer instrumento que no tenía marca ya fue un reto. Cuando sonó, simplemente fue una duda, porque lo que sonó era calidad, era simplemente vulgaridad. El nombre o el título Stoneby está combinado dos nombres, Tomás, que es mi padre, y Vicente, que soy yo. Mi padre fue como yo un gran soñador, él fue un artesano que forjó el hierro, pero fue un clarinetista, un músico excepcional. Él era música. Mi padre hizo música con los medios que tenía, y yo, como no soy músico, simplemente me gusta la música, yo hago los sonidos que a mí me gustaría realmente estar representados en ellos. Mi problema fue el de rendimiento. Quería que dejara de sonar a trompeta y convertirse en flauta, que se convirtiera en oboe, que fueran maderas, más texturas, más colores. Eso es conceptual, hay cosas que no es el decir ya está hecho y ya sirve. Tú no estás adquiriendo un medio de hacer música, estás adquiriendo una forma de expresar música.
Es difícil saber cuándo fue la primera vez que escuché hablar de trompetas o de instrumentos. Pues por el trabajo que se ha desarrollado en mi familia, siempre hemos estado rodeados de música, de músicos y de instrumentos, realmente. Me dedico tanto a trabajos en fábrica como al contacto y la gestión de los clientes fuera de España. Hay países donde se ha hecho un trabajo más fuerte o durante más tiempo, entonces ya estamos considerados como una de las marcas de referencia. Nosotros estamos poniendo un número de horas de nuestra vida en ese instrumento que estamos fabricando y lo hacemos con mucho gusto y con mucho cariño. Yo creo que se verá reflejado en el instrumento y en el músico de alguna manera.
Las trompas, como cualquier otro instrumento que fabricamos en esta casa, requieren que el personal esté muy especializado y tenga una gran experiencia y muchísimas horas de trabajo para poder familiarizarse con los instrumentos que utilizamos. A lo largo de su vida empezó por un camino, cual me encantaría poder continuar y que, si es posible, la siguiente generación de mi familia también pueda continuarlo, porque es el sueño de mi padre y me gusta verlo soñar cuando está diseñando algo nuevo o cuando oye tocar una de sus trompetas en la otra parte del mundo.
Yo quería un instrumento potente, pero no hiriente, cuando realmente los instrumentos de tradición son muy hirientes, y al ser tan hirientes lo que ocurre es que más que hacer música destrozan música, bajo mi criterio siempre. Entonces, claro, el amalgamar, el tener un sonido que tuviera la dulzura de un pianísimo y la gentileza en el fuerte de un fortísimo, potente, dinámico y no hiriente, para mí fue el gran hándicap. Nuestro gran logro ha sido el sonido Stonby, donde realmente tiene una personalidad. Yo estoy muy orgulloso y todavía estoy mucho más orgulloso de los nuevos productos que en este momento se están desarrollando y que técnicamente se incorporarán al profesional durante los años que vienen. La grandeza de lo que ahora, en este momento, yo estoy sintiendo en mi trabajo es que no estamos al servicio del instrumentista, estamos al servicio de la música.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We are now presenting the evening concerts. Tonight we have two different soloists and very good friends of the Italian Brass Week, Pacho Flores and Alain Trudel. And of course also another group, amazing group, the Gomelan Brass, which we love, and we know each other since many years. So Pacho Flores, Alain Trudel, and the Gomelan Brass, since many years they are coming and playing in the live show. So tonight, the first is going to play is Pacho Flores with his pre-recorded video. We will stream in live, and I would like to talk a little bit about Pacho. Pacho is an amazing player, an amazing musician. Like Vicente Honorato was saying, they are serving not the instrument, not the instrumentist, but they are the service of the music, which is the most important. I do play one instrument of Stonby, which is the most beautiful sound that you can imagine. And believe me, is something very, very unique. Pacho Flores, I think he's got something. When he came in Florence, he brought his bags with maybe 20 different trumpets. And so he's got E flat, Do, F, and many others, many others. Piccolo, and horn, the piccolo horn. So he's got an equipment that let him play completely different from anybody. But also, Pacho is from Venezuela. And he's got a character, he's got the ability to play anything he can read and he can memorize, and also Pacho is a very good composer. So recently, just by speaking with him, he was collaborating, having a partnership with Paquito de Rivera. So this is the demonstration of he can jump from Bach to Paquito de Rivera, to Latin music. So Pacho is everywhere. He's an artist. And so, I mean, for sure, our friendship, first of all, our friendship, and then all the rest puts Pacho as a residence artist for the Italian Brass Week. As well, Alain Trudel, since many years. And this is the two persons that make it, with Dale Clevenger, of course, is our president, honorary president, make the difference in the festival. When I choose the musicians, when I choose the artist, I look first the man, the person, the heart of the people. And then, of course, they all play so well. So there is not a problem on the quality. It's always when you have a festival, you need to stay together for 1 week. So the best things to choose is how nice you are, how mellow you are, and of course how extraordinary you play. This is this is how you made up an Italian Brass Week normally. So it's a friendship, is choosing people with different characteristics that make a very good challenge between artists, and they normally jump on, after the concerts, they jump on stage and play some jazz music or some Latin jazz, and because normally after the concerts we have some jazz music live in different places, because every night in Florence we have concerts in different church or square or a theater, and just to make very interesting the program. Tonight, Pacho will surprise you again, and me also, because he prepares something very special. And I don't want to introduce the pieces, but you will recognize many of them. And he will talk, of course. He will tell many good things. And enjoy Pacho Flores. But before this, we have another contribution from Stonvi, which is our friend. I love Vicente Onorato. I love all the family Stonvi. And we thank Stonvi to support the festival once again. So Stonvi for the moment, and then Pacho Flores. Thank you very much. Here we are back in the studio, and I would like to, encourage you and ask you to support the Italian Brass Week, because it's a big effort. This time, we all was working so much to present this online festival. So, of course, we need some donation, but their donation, they are not for us. We have sponsors that support us, but to support the young students for the next year and the project for Africa. We're going to really give wings to the talent, and we want to buy instruments. Of course, we will involve many factories and big brands on this project, but also your help with a small donation. Just think about how much you can help a young student from Brazil, from Venezuela, or from Italy, or from anywhere in the world that there is talent that has no money to study at Italian Brass Week. So normally we make an audition and we give the opportunity to give a scholarship. So please, once again, the video with the Maestro Zubi Mehta, that support the festival from many years and enjoy the video. And later, Pacho.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Here we're again, and enjoy Pacho Flores, my hermano, el mi hermano. Enjoy the concert. Wonderful, Pacho. Wonderful concert, as usual. Gracias, Pacho. Es siempre un placer sentirte tocar. Es una inspiración para todos los trompetistas, toda la gente che le gusta e le amano la musica. Grazie, grazie veramente con tutto il cuore a te per la tua generosità, per questo video. I thank you very much to give us the opportunity to listen your artistry. Sei un artista, un grande artista. E adesso da Pacho ringraziamo anche chiaramente l'Orchestra di Galicia che ha concesso questo video. We want to thank also the orchestra from Galicia and the other musician with the Quadro, also a great musician too. So I enjoyed very much, and we need to keep going with another friend. We travel with Pacho and Alain Trudel many different places. Sometimes we went to South America, some other times in different places. And Alain make a very special video because he put inside the video something when he was very young, something very special. He set up a video with lots of concerts from different periods of his career. As you know, he has been named the Jascha Heifetz of the trombone. He's another big virtuoso, and of course conductor, and he's the principal conductor of a very, very major orchestra in the States. And so please enjoy the Toledo Symphony Orchestra. That's the orchestra that I was mentioning before. And Trudel is like family, della famiglia, come Pacho, come toda la famiglia de Pacho Lastongi. So enjoy Alain Trudel with his video produced for us. He set up a very nice video, and thank you very much. Enjoy. Buonasera.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to what promises to be a very exciting Italian Brass Week. With some of the world's very best, very top brass players coming together in this wonderful project. Big congratulations to Luca and his team for creating this effort at a moment where people can actually decide not to do anything. So bravo, and I hope everybody enjoys the different presentations through the week. When I was asked to do a little video for the festival, I was wondering, first of all, I was very honored, and then I was wondering what I would put together. I didn't want to do something just run-of-the-mill and just play. I wanted to do something special. So this video is going to be in 3 parts. The third part is going to be some COVID music that recorded over the last 2 months. And the second part will be music from tango music. That's from the United States and Canada, so we don't think about that when we think about tango, but something you might enjoy. It's with a group that I used to play in called Bellows and Brass. That was a few years and a few kilos ago. But to start things off, we're going to have a piece with trombone and piano with the wonderful pianist Anne-Marie Dubois. This is Beethoven's variation on a theme from the Magic Flute by Mozart. It's for originally cello and piano, but there's a version for trombone and piano. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed Beethoven's variation on the theme from the Magic Flute. Next on our program will be three tangos from North America, from one New York composer and two from a Montreal composer. And they're from a group that I used to play in a few years and a few kilos ago. And the group is called Bellows and Brass, and it consists of Joseph Petrich on the accordion, Guy Few, the wonderful Guy Few, on trumpet and piano. Mind you, he only plays piano on these selections, and of course myself. So this was recorded at the beautiful hall at the Domaine Forget Festival. And the first tango we're going to play is called Exploration Polar. It's by David Pearl. The next two are by the Montreal composer Ramon Pelinsky. And the first one is Tangoral. And the last one we'll call Neuro Tango. Hope you enjoy these tangos. March 13th, I was coming back from a concert with my Toledo Symphony Orchestra, which we played to no audience, but broadcast live across the web. But I came back to, of course, a situation where we could not play concerts anymore, as the same as all of you know. And I was thinking, what can one do during that time? So I started doing little videos of overdubbing trombones, and I'd like to present a few of them because they're the COVID music making, if we may say so, for a little while. Now we can play a little bit more with our colleagues, but those are from the first few months of the COVID-19 time. So the first one we will hear is the overture, the end of the overture from William Tell by Rossini, and it's arranged by A.P. Taylor. Enjoyed this quartet rendition of William Tell by Rossini. When we think of trombone, we often think about jazz, of course. So I thought of including a few jazz selections. So the first one is St. Louis Blues by Handy, arranged by Bill Holcomb, great arrangement. And the next one is Summertime by Gershwin, arranged by Christoph. as we were spending more time at home, we were watching more movies. And I thought of including a little bit of a theme from a movie. It's a very old movie. It's from Gone with the Wind. It's Tara's theme. It's actually a wonderful movie. If you've never seen it, I suggest that you rent it and watch the original version, which is about 3 hours and 15 minutes with a musical intermission on top of it. So this is Tara's theme by Steiner, of course, arranged by Rodney Miller. This brings my portion of this concert to a close. Congratulations again to Luca and the whole team for putting an event like this together when a lot of people are actually just waiting, and it's important that some people actually have leadership and do those kinds of things. So I hope you have a wonderful festival. Enjoy. There's some incredible players and master classes going on in the next week. It's really unbelievable. So this last piece is going to be trombone music from the Quatuor de Eugène Bauza, Le Finale. So the last movement from Bauza's quartet. So enjoy festival. Great festival, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Alain Trudel. Wonderful concert and many various genres of music, and as usual, amazing. Just one word: quality and sympathy. And thank you very much, Alain, to set up this video for our festival. And hopefully we will see very soon next year to the live festival. And definitely we will talk before that. Thank you once again. Merci beaucoup. And now we arrive to the end of the end of this evening. And of course I begin with the two very good friends, and the third concert is it will be done and played by the Gomelan Brass, which is one of the best brass quintet in the world, and made by many friends: Marco Pierobon, Nilo Caracristi, Stefano Ammannati, and the trombone is Scipioni, the mythical Scipioni, and the trumpet player Marco Braito. They all play in different orchestras, and they teach in all over the world, and they become very famous around the world because they are extremely virtuoso. They're playing so well, and at the same time they're making a very nice show. Tonight they will present part of the show that they're making, something like Aida, and of course they dedicate some music to Morricone, because recently, unluckily, he passed it away. And I would like to really thank the Gomelan Brass. And they also have been invited many times to my festival when it was in Santa Fiora, and sharing music with some other soloists, and they're always in my heart. Thank you, Marco, to set up this, and thank you. I just spoke with Nilo in the telephone, and he told me that he was getting emotional. It's not true. Come on, guys. I love you, and thank you very much. The Gomelan Brass Quintet from Italy. Thank you very much.
good evening and welcome to this concert of the Gumalan Brass Quintet. Of course, it's not a normal concert, it's made via web, but the idea is to be with you in a certain way. And of course, in this hard time, it would have been much better to play live for you, but that's the best we can do for now. We would like to thank a lot Luca Benucci and the organizers of this very strange festival for this year. It's a pleasure to be here because our first concert as a brass quintet took place 21 years ago for the Italian Brass Week Santa Fiora in Musica. We've opened our concert with a very Italian piece, which is a song, but is as well a wish. The original title is Nel blu dipinto di blu. It's called In the Blue, Paint Out of Blue, but it's very famous for its subtitle, which is Volare. So I mean, a wish because arts and music and our community, our world, we wish that could fly again in the blue sky like before this big crisis. Even the next piece is Italian in a certain way. It's dedicated to the works of a Russian composer, Igor Stravinsky, and it's arranged by an American trumpet player, David Short. And the question is, why it could be an Italian piece? Well, David has taken his musical activity in Italy for many years, and he lives here in Italy since forever. So it's an Italian guy. Last thing I would like to add is try to pretend to be here with us. Try to pretend to be in Florence, and maybe I can help you like better, huh? Okay, we are now in Florence, Italian Brass Week. That's the Gumalan Brass Quintet. The title of the next piece is I Remember Igor by David Short, Gumalan Brass Quintet. Thank you very much.
And now we have the pleasure of playing for you a short moving music suite by Nino Rota. Nino Rota was a famous Italian composer who collaborated with great film directors such as Federico Fellini, Francis Ford Coppola, Franco Zeffirelli and others. This suite includes music from movies like The Godfather, La Strada, The Clowns, Romeo and Juliet. And the musical arrangements are by our dear friend David Short, whom we thank very much for the work done.
Ma come si chiama?
Nino Rota, Gomalan Brass. Good listening.
Ah, come il fiume.
Ciao to everybody. And now we will play from Giuseppe Verdi Nabucco.
S'appressa gli istanti.
At this point in the work, Nabucco is struck by lightning and he has gone mad and believes himself a god. The genius of Maestro Verdi to describe this surreal situation was to create an interweaving of voice and sound in which the five main characters of the opera, the choir and the orchestra, are together. You will listen to it now with only 5 brass in Marco Pierobon's arrangement. So, happy listening.
is an aria from Nabucco, one of Giuseppe Verdi's best-known works and the one that makes him very famous. The story is very complicated. There is a soprano and a tenor who love each other. A bass tries to destroy their relationship, and at the end, someone will die. Ladies and gentlemen, from Nabucco,
Gli arredi festivi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to present to you the last piece of this mini concert. With a little surprise. During the lockdown for this piece, we recorded everyone at home, but with the great contribution of Marco Pierobon and with modern super techniques, the impossible has come true. In memory of Ennio Morricone, our tribute to the movie The Legend of the Pianist on the Ocean. In the Gomalan Brass version, The Legend of the Horn Player on the River.
Come diceva lui, non sei fregato veramente finché hai da parte una buona storia e qualcuno a cui raccontarla.
Ma come si chiama? Nilo, non il fiume, il cornista. Nilo. Ah,
come il fiume. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot to follow until here this strange but I hope beautiful concert. We've reached the end of our session, and the next one will be the last piece of this streaming concert, and it's our traditional closing number, our encore since 21 years now. So it will be Quincy Jones, Soul, Bossa Nova. The Gumalan Brass Quintet. Thanks a lot for watching. Hope to meet you soon live, maybe. And keep following us on www.gomalanbrass.com. Italian Brass Week. Thank you very much. Gumalan Brass Quintet. Ciao.
grandi Gomalan Brass, un applauso da Firenze, meravigliosi, fantastici. Thank you very much, guys, and I really appreciate it, and amazing quality, music making, show, the movie and all the setup of the video, wonderful, really wonderful. Thank you very much. And hopefully we will see live next year, and I wish you that you can start again to play live concert, because Italy and the world needs quintets like you. So thank you very much. Tomorrow morning we start again at 8 o'clock, and with a yoga class, and then a breathing gym, and then a mental coach, and then with the whole master class. Follow the program and request the brochure. We have a digital brochure in English and Italian. Maybe you will be able to wake up tomorrow morning very early. Otherwise, please take part of the master classes. Tomorrow night we're going to have, of course, many other soloists and groups. So thank you very much from Florence. I say good night. Watch our main sponsor, and thank you very much. Bye bye. Good night. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
In Magnerkirchen gibt es eine sehr lange Tradition von der Herstellung von Musikinstrumenten, die über 350 Jahre mittlerweile andauert. So, in unserem Werk fertigen wir die Marken B&S, Heuer, Scherzer, Melton, Courtois und Bessem. Das sind in Summe über 10.000 Instrumente, die wir hier pro Jahr fertigen. Und das alles in reiner handwerklichen Fertigung. Natürlich das auch teilweise in Kombination mit hochwertiger CNC-Technik. Das heißt, unsere Perinet-Maschinen oder die Teile dafür werden auf CNC-Maschinen hergestellt, aber wie zum Beispiel die Schallstückfertigung, die Anstoßfertigung von den einzelnen Instrumenten, das ist wirklich in der klassischen, traditionellen Fertigungsweise, so wie wir das seit über 200 bzw. 250 Jahren kennen. Unsere Fertigungstiefe hier beträgt 100%, das heißt, sämtliche Bauteile, die wir an einem Musikinstrument vorfinden, werden bei uns in eigener Fertigung hergestellt. Das fängt an Schallstückfertigung, Anstoßfertigung, Zugfertigung, sowohl für die Ventilzüge als auch für die Handzüge von den Posaunen, die Montage, die Oberfläche vom Polieren bis Versilbern, Vergolden oder Lackieren von den Instrumenten. Unsere Instrumente, die wir hier herstellen, werden auf der ganzen Welt von vielen namhaften Musikern gespielt. Sie sind in allen Orchestern der Welt zu finden, wie New York, Berlin. Zum Beispiel die Meistersinger-Posaunen werden in Wien gespielt, bei den Philharmonikern. Das ist eines der namhaftesten Orchester der Welt. Wir sind permanent bemüht, unsere Instrumente weiterzuentwickeln, seien es neue Modelle oder auch kleine Veränderungen an Instrumenten, die dem Musiker helfen, das Instrument mit Leichtigkeit, besserer Intonation oder Ähnlichem spielen zu können.